I sometimes are a bit more harsh to you because you're my project titan. No, the other guys fell off, but that still does not mean that I should care about you and push you to your full extent and limit. Even sometimes a little bit beyond. We're brothers, so that's fun. So if you're starting a discussion, let's see, where somebody brings up like a topic, like for instance, the bow, then you say like, oh, 6% 6K increase. Like, JC, shut the fuck up. It's for BM. But in no way, shape, or form you should think that this weapon is going to give you a ticket into plus 20 keys, right? Because then other people, I don't want to name names, right? But other people are gonna say stuff that puts your mind in a shit perspective. Oh, you need to have this bow in order to get into 20s. No, JC, you don't need this. You have the knowledge. You know how to do this. You know you can go for my advice, and if you really want to push, then we can get you into those 20s as a joke, just to prove I'm wrong. But that's why I sometimes have to, like, call you back or something like that. I don't know how to put the correct words out there, but just to call you back and harshly said to be like, shut the fuck up, because what those people are saying is not how you should think, and they're gonna fuck up your brain.
Safe travels. See you later.
So I don't let them fuck my brain. To be honest, I'm like, yeah, I know that shit that's DPS, blah blah, but it's for BM. It does increase for MM. Yes, it does, but it's not a major thing. It's not like, oh fuck, I'm gonna become the fucking first player in the world and this and no shit. It's not gonna happen. Not for the weapon, unless I'm gonna be fucking BM and I'm gonna meet all the fucking requirements that a BM has to do. Otherwise, no chance. It's also about knowing the fucking class.
You have seen my BM Hunter, right? He's not even close to 2K yet, right? You have seen my BM, my Marksman Hunter. I can fucking easily beat KD in a heartbeat, if I really want to. Give me 2 weeks and I got to 2K.
I think you have already done it anyway.
I showed you my BM, how strong he can be if you really press the correct numbers. And I'm still fucking up. I'm still fucking up a rotation. Because it's not my main character, right?
Yeah.
If I continuously playing this for another 2 weeks constantly, his DPS is gonna increase exponentially. At some point I'm gonna reach like over 50-60k DPS. The thing is, I don't want it, right? Because you know about this, we talked. But I still think it's funny when people started to talk to you about like stuff, and I'm like, oh my god, why are you talking to JC in those things? Because the things that you're saying are incorrect. I know that he knows that I know that it's incorrect, but shut the fuck up. Like, really? If I really put my voice out there, I immediately can shut them down. Like statistics and numbers wise. Like, oh, that's funny because I told JC to do this and this, and then his DPS was an increase of 5k. So how do you think that this was something about like a rotation, right? Like, what the fuck? Like, shut the fuck up here. Oh, it was about the wailing arrow. That you supposedly should use wailing arrow. And then I told you to not use wailing arrow.
Yeah, that was icy.
Amount of reason.
Yeah, that was icy.
Yeah, icy. Like, oh, it's gonna give you much more DPS move. No, wailing arrow like silences, like AoE silence at some point. It doesn't give you any benefit on AoE wise. Not if you use it, yeah, maybe if you use it correctly, but otherwise, no, it doesn't. But that's the thing that I'm after, right? I'm teaching you this stuff. That's easy to do. Because I can give you specializations aspects which are extremely difficult. Very high skill on mastering it, but has a super high result of outcome. But that is only for like higher end players, like MDI shit. Where you have to press everything in like 2 seconds. And I even can do that stuff because it's just too difficult.
I mean, it gets very fucked up. But also, I think the MDM players, if I'm honest, they have macro up many fucking things, man. It's impossible that they are fucking having just normal keys. Like they're just doing just like normally, like 1, 2, 3. Let's say it. I don't think they're using that. And if they're using 1, 2, 3, is macro it in 1, 2, 3 is macro it like 3 fucking 4 or 3 or 4 fucking abilities. That's for sure.
Dude, I can tell you right now, right fucking now, right? I have watched like let's say 2 hours ago. I was watching a couple of YouTube videos, right? Nagura was talking about Echo in an MDI setting, Azure Vault, right? Echo won on Azure Vault.
Yeah.
If anybody is gonna tell you shit about MDI, oh, you should play MDI, tell them, can you do Azure Vault in 7 pulls and have the entire dungeon cleared in percentage? Because Echo did this.
No
Echo
fucking
did
way.
7 pulls. They only did 7 pulls and they had enough percentage to skip everything and kill the last 2 bosses. 7 pulls, mate, 7. Do you really think that the people out there that's talking trash, you know, for instance, like Kane, like, oh, you should do this and this, MDI, shut the fuck up. Can you pull 7 pulls? No, you're gonna. No.
That's way too difficult. People is not gonna interrupt because there is a lot of fucking interrupts in that fucking dungeon. Seriously. If you don't interrupt, you're fucked. Several fucking interrupts in that one. So you cannot really fucking do it like that. Unless you have a proper group, unless you have the proper gearing, unless you know what to do. No chance, man. That's just not gonna happen.
Dude, I always tell you, like, I'm a god tank, right? I'm seriously, I'm a fucking god tank. Yeah, but if you give me Echo, you know, I have to tank for the best players in Echo for MDI. I am not able to do what they are doing. I'm not the tank like that. I can get it probably timed with them, like a plus 25. I can get it timed. But then I cannot do
not doing what they do.
of MDI in 18 minutes. Because they did it in 18 minutes, mate. I am not able to do this. I can do it like in 30 minutes, but not in 18.
This is the fucking funny stuff. How the fuck they manage to do things in fucking 18 minutes? Like 17 minutes. And that's why also Blizzard put these fucking times, like these fucked up times in the dungeons. Because of the MDI players. Because they can fucking do it in 80 minutes. Yeah, they can do it in 80 minutes. Great! Thank you very much. Yeah, but that's them, you piece of shit.
Yeah, but whoa, wait up. That's in such minutes. In MDI setting, right? You're not gonna do plus 30s. You're gonna probably do like plus 22s. If you watch the MDI, they never do plus 30s. Never, ever, ever. And unless it's like MDI push, which is a different concept. But the normal MDI tournament, they do probably like plus 22s, plus 23s, plus up to 25s. They do not go higher. They either do 22, everybody does 22s, or everybody does 25s. That's a decision that's made.
things I have noticed myself that when they are doing keys, it's only like 20, 21s, 22s. I'm like, okay, why don't you go fucking push for a 30 or for a 35? You know, like, oh yeah, and now I know why. That's my thinking. No, maybe I'm wrong. Um, oh yeah, that's why. Because Blizzard is not stupid. If they go for a fucking 30, 35, they gonna know the ins and outs in how to fucking do a 30, a 35 after. Probably not in the time they're doing in the MDI, but you know, they're gonna fucking complete a 30, 35 in the normal world, you know? Because they already get the fucking information.
I don't know the exact numbers. Let's say World of Warcraft has 1 million players playing Mythicus. Yeah.
Yeah.
Out of those 1 million players, one single percentage of that is doing, let's say, I don't know, like let's say they have like 3K score, like so from 25 to 30s. Well, actually more like 26 or 27 to 30s. But you know what I mean, right? 1%. So 1 million players, 10% is 100,000. 1% is 10,000 players. How the fuck can she form an opinion when she's not part of 10,000 people?
Bro. Because the mouth sometimes is quite big, you know. And the mouth is he is being made to talk, so even if you don't know shit, you will just talk.
Yeah, but I said that raiding is too difficult, Mythic raiding.
Yeah.
I said that Mythic Plus is quite difficult. This is many other things, you know, like it's special effects.
Yeah, they're a little bit fucked. I mean, it's bearable when you are doing some certain stuff, but sometimes like I fucking notice myself like I'm doing a fucking 16, a fucking 17, bro. And it start appearing so many shit at the same fucking time. I'm like, what the fuck? What do I have to do now? And I don't know where to fucking go. At the same time that I have to do the fucking mechanics from the fixes, then I have to do the other fucking thing that is like, well, it's a fix anyway. I have to do the other mechanics from the dungeon, and then sometimes, or most of the fucking times, they stack together. And you're like, oh, now what the fuck
like
do I do?
The bosses do, what the enemies are doing, and then if you pull like multiple trash bags, they have like multiple abilities that you have to interrupt, stun.
Yeah, and this is what I say. I mean, like, what the fuck? Even I notice it. And then, yeah, of course, then it's the particular person saying like, why you don't do this? Have you tried? You fucking try. You have your own fucking thing. You have your own DPS. Do you know that fucking, for example, fucking hunters, they have a big cooldown? Yes, you know because you fucking do have a hunter. Have you played an evoker? No. Okay, then I have played an evoker. Yes, we as evoker as well. We have a fucking big cooldown. It's not like an instant shit. Instant shit, the interrupts and all that shit. It's only fucking shamas. I think they have insta thing. The rest of the probably a rock probably, and probably I'm incorrect because I think they also have like a 25 seconds or 30 seconds cooldown. It's not a minute or 60 seconds. Well, 45 seconds like a hunter, but they still have a cooldown. I think. I'm not quite sure because I don't play a rogue right now. So.
Yeah, well, that's you know me as a player, right? But you know me personally. You know me as a player, but you also know me in a thinking level as a developer. And it just pisses me off for somebody to tell me that I'm talking shit because they only read a fucking Reddit post. You know, they watch NBI. You know, even at some point, I didn't say anything yet, right? You know, obviously, we know it's about Katie. You know, I said that Mythic Plus is getting too difficult. And she's like, oh, if it's getting too difficult, if they make it easier, then people are going to leave and blah blah blah. You know, because MDI. I was like, hold up a minute, hold up. Can you actually watch this video where MDI players are complaining that the game is getting too difficult? Because you're hold up, right? Like, you're talking about MDI players, right? MDI players. So MDI players are saying that the game is too difficult for them because they have spent so much time, energy, and brain into the game. But you still think that if the game is getting too, if you make it a little bit easier, then the MDI players' thinking is wrong? How they think it's wrong? Because they said they want the game to be much more easier for them to relax and enjoy. They're not gonna leave. They wanted to make it more easier for them to enjoy. So, you know what? You see what I mean? She forms his opinion about something that is not valid. That is derivative from a post from Reddit from some dude that's talking trash. Well, the real, you know, high-end motherfuckers out there are complaining. They are complaining to Blizzard it's getting too difficult. It's too much stress that puts onto the MDI players. But no, the MDI players can do it, so we should make it much more difficult. You know what's gonna happen to those MDI players? They're gonna fuck this game.
Charging battery.
I think most of them they have already like fuck this game. I'm gonna play fucking Final Fantasy. I'm gonna play fucking Fortnite.
Even for them it's getting too difficult. It's not about the difficulty level, right? It's about the stress level. If those guys are getting too stressed out about World of Warcraft, they're just gonna leave. And then you're talking about MD fucking I players.
The funny stuff is that you also say to like you know the best fucking tank in the entire fucking world. He's saying it's fucking difficult, and you telling me that oh yeah, but he's make it easy. Come on. Do you think he's saying that just because he's stupid? He's not stupid. If he's saying something, it's because he actually believes and really feels it. That is fucking difficult. And it's not easy to do. At least that's what I fucking think myself as well, you know?
Who might you be?
Yeah, and then I'm when I say like it's getting too difficult. Yeah, and then I'm when I say like it's getting too difficult because I look at the numbers, the statistics, and also look at like the comments that the MDR players are giving. You know, a statement out, and they're obviously not talking to me personally, but they are talking in general, like in YouTube videos, in Twitter's, tweets, you know, stuff like that. And if I form an opinion over that, then I'm incorrect. Dude, that's fucking what? I'm literally telling what the rest of the players, a huge amount of the player base, and the highest players in the world, the best motherfuckers out there, how they think about the game. But no, my opinion is invalid then. Because then it's too easy. What? What the fuck? Basically, what people are saying then is that how MDI players are thinking is incorrect. They are talking trash. because my opinion is formed over the MDI players.
I mean, literally,
See?
that's
It's
what she
funny.
said.
But it's funny, right? Because then they think they are better than the MDI players. If you put it in that regard.
If you put it in that perspective, yes.
It's a fucking joke, mate, and that's why I don't listen to those people. I only listen to numbers and statistics. What is in my face, and what gives me the information.
Yeah, that's true. That's
And
true.
I always say I fuck things up. I can always play better, and I can always do things in a better way. But how far do I need to push this to prove that I know how to play this game to a higher degree? I don't want to do it anymore. Like seriously, for me it stopped this expansion. I tried it in Shelllands to prove a point that I can do 20s. I can be a 3K player, like you, right?
Literally.
Yeah, really. I could go to like 3.1, 3.2K, but I was just completely burned out at that point.
I mean, I wasn't burned out, but I was like, yeah, fuck that. I'm gonna play my fucking monk. Oh, I'm gonna play
But
my
for me, I was
druid.
burned out because I wanted to relax and play other characters. But I could have done higher than that. But for me, it's like, fuck it, I'm burned. And now in Dragonflight is an amazing game. And I don't want to feel stressed in Dragonflight. Well, it's so amazing. Why can't I just enjoy the game and play something else? Without... And that's the thing that I hate, right? Yeah, but you're not 2.5k, not 2.3k, blah 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 blah. Why is this a thing? Why can't I just be a 2k player and enjoy another class and another class, another class, constantly? Why do I have to push to 2.5k in order to prove you wrong? This is something I do not understand.
It seems our fates are intertwined.
And if you say this then yeah, but yeah, people getting boosted. Yeah, but didn't I say this already back in Shadowlands that guildies are boosting friends to 2k and then they perform shitty? No, because of Raider Iowa.
I shall await your delivery of a key.
It doesn't matter what I say or what I do, it's always wrong. It's always something you're gonna be talk over it, right?
Meh.
Charging battery.
Man, that learned me a valuable lesson. I don't give a fuck about people anyway anymore. Whatever they say, mate, I don't give a fuck. I know exactly how much I'm valuable and how worldly I am.
See you around.
That I knew from the beginning, so for me at least it doesn't really like control much of my thinkings or my thoughts. Like, yeah, fuck it. Think whatever the fuck you want. I know what the fuck worth, so enjoy. That's what I say. Enjoy.
Do you have something to say? We'll speak later.
That's all I said. Like, I stopped giving a fuck about like trying to push. Dude, like seriously, like if we really want to prove a point, like really want to prove a point, I can literally go to you like, hey JC, shut the fuck up. Let's go to 2.5, 2.6k right now in 4 weeks. Let's go. If you're gonna listen to exactly what I'm telling you to do, generally that works quite well, right? Over the years. So
usually, yes.
Shut the fuck up. Do exactly what I tell you to do, when I want you to do it, up to the seconds, and then hopefully we have to cross our fingers that the rest of the people know what the fuck they are doing. And then we're gonna tell everybody like, why are you not 2.5k? Seriously, give me no, because of player power. No, Give me a reason why you are not 2.5k and we are. You know, we have that ability to do it. We like to play and have fun.
I mean, if I'm honest right now, what I'm doing is just having fun. I'm playing my Pokemon, I'm playing slowly my Evoker. I do fun stuff, blah blah blah. You know, like I don't even think of like playing anything else, even though I can.
Yeah, on purpose I was being a dickhead in the game today. I had the rogue. It was like just a simple +10, I think it was.
Yeah,
+10
yeah.
Halls of Valor. And the rogue did not clear the affix, you know, the fourth affix with me. And the first time, okay, it can happen. The second time I was like, okay, what the fuck? And the third time I purposely did not clear with him. Just to see what he was going to do, and he was not doing it at all. Motherfucker was standing still. So I said like, yeah, you know, like, what the fuck, like, you have to do that, like, do you know the affix? He said like, no. Then I whispered him, like, hey, are you new to this game, question mark? If you get this affix, you have to do this, and then he said in party, like, oh, why the fuck are you whispering me? Blah, 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 blah. Seriously, dude? I'm literally trying to give you advice, and you call me out because I whisper you? So then I was just like going full dickhead. Like, dude, like, why are you doing 24k overall on a +10? Like, if I play a rogue, I probably do like 40k. Like, why are you not giving your fix? Why are you not using fix of the trade? Why are you not interrupting on time? Because you're interrupting.
Charging battery.
That I do better, can play characters better than you are, and the other players in the party are complaining about you.
Is there something you wish to discuss?
Because I literally had to solo a boss. Which I actually had to do. I went full fucking toxic mode, man. And I don't like to do this, but when I give you advice, and then you call me out for giving you advice in the party,
Let
nah,
us
fuck that
speak.
shit, man.
Don't underestimate the Isles. Don't forget about them.
By the way, actually, one funny thing, I was Preach gaming. You know Preach, right?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, he was talking about like add-ons, generally in deleting add-ons,
yeah.
right? Because Final Fantasy, you're not allowed to use add-ons.
No, you're not.
Actually, trying to see if KD is in the Discord.
I think
But-
she's not, or she is, but she's somewhere else.
No, she probably is because I've been on here for like 11. No, actually 10 o'clock. 10 o'clock-ish. And she hasn't joined, so she is probably in a different one.
That's what I say. She's probably one of the
Charging battery.
other discourse, because she apparently have another discourse to go. Oh no, she's there.
No, wait, I
There
think
you go. Until she connects herself and all of
Yeah.
that.
And then you go to bed.
There you go. I'm gonna go to
Aw.
bed, or I'm gonna fall asleep for sure.
Aww.
You are listening to like, Gordon Ramsay, that shit.
Yeah, he's funny.
Yeah. But anyway, JC, like, I was watching that video of Preach game.
Yeah.
And I would highly, suggest you to also watch it, because at some point he is putting out like a graph, right, like graphics.
Yeah.
And they were talking about like add-ons, about stop using add-ons, why Blizzard cannot stop using add-ons compared to Final Fantasy. In Final Fantasy, they do not allow add-ons. And the funny thing is, actually, and I was very interested about this in a perspective of development.
Yeah.
The reason that Blizzard cannot stop add-ons is because of the combat logging. In order to Blizzard to stop make add-ons, right? Informational add-ons like week hours, stuff like that. They have to literally stop combat logging. Combat logging is where all the information comes from. So if you stop combat logging,
Yeah.
you cannot have week hours, you cannot have DPM, you cannot have details, stuff like that, right? I thought it was very interesting to see it from a development perspective. So literally, if Blizzard at one day is like, oh, let's fuck up the combat log, all add-ons are stop working, literally, except for like UI add-ons, right? Because they're not derivative from combat log, because they only change like how your, like UI looks like your HP bar.
Yeah.
But any single other add-on that requires information from combat logging, so if you stand in fire, that comes from combat log.
Yeah.
Because it literally tells you like, you took fire damage. Okay, go away, right?
Yeah, basically.
It's literally completely fucked. I thought it was like very interesting to know this. You should really watch this video. I think you have a better understanding about add-ons and why the game is so much easier than if we play without. Dude, if we play without add-ons, if they fuck up command logging, we're gonna have fun. Dude, it's gonna be so fucking difficult, man. It's ridiculous. I actually think that even, the week hours that we use,
Yeah.
the general week hours for information, like in the middle of our screen.
Yeah.
I think if command logging is fucked, we're not even able to use this. Yet again, from a developer perspective. Can you imagine this? Having no information, like, in your face anymore.
Well, that's gonna be fucked. Because then, literally, you're not gonna be able to do fuck all. And that's
So it's gonna be
literally, like, literally,
It's
you're
gonna
not
be-
gonna be able to do that.
Bro, when you go from a plus 15 back to a plus 10 because it's so difficult.
I don't use that many add-ons.
Or maybe not
really.
even a plus 10, you're probably not gonna do fuck all. Not gonna be able to do it because how the fuck are you gonna do it? Just saying, how the fuck are you gonna do it?
Yeah, like I said, like from a development perspective, which then derives from a user perspective, UI's perspective, I think like we're fucked then. Obviously, Blizzard is never going to do this, but I think it's interesting. You want to learn IT, right?
Yeah.
It's interesting to learn this stuff.
I mean, it's part of understanding why sometimes you have to do some certain type of codings, and why do you have to follow the steps of a coding. And for example, I know that if you don't follow the certain criteria of a coding, you might end up fucking up absolutely everything.
Yeah, he also shows like the brief history of add-ons, where at some point like fuck, what was the guild called? Like in the Paradox, Insidia, whatever, right? In Red One Lich King, they were using a specific add-on which later Blizzard broke on purpose because it would make it too easy. And that's why I think like add-ons are a little bit shit in World of Warcraft. And the reason why is because it's making developers put much more time and effort in the game of developing
Yeah.
to counteract the add-ons.
I mean,
Like there was an add-on, there was G or there was an add-on out there where in Lich King it showed a circle around you. This is actually not allowed. This is illegal. Where add-ons are only allowed to show you information, information on your screen, but it should not. They are not allowed to show.
the answer.
Fuck, how did he say that? No, yeah, not the answer only, but they're not supposed to physically change. You should not be. An add-on should not show you a circle around your character.
Oh,
You
that
can
was
have-
in Castle Nastria. That happened in Castle Nastria.
Oh.
Yeah, but it's not around your character. It's above it, right? So I don't know. You have to watch the video to understand what I mean. Like the add-on literally showed a circle around you to stay clear, and that's not allowed. You can have like an overlay over your character that tells you like, oh, you're not supposed to stand there, but it should not show you on your character, just above your character.
Aw.
I don't know. You should watch the video, and then you understand what I mean.
Yeah. I will do it for sure.
But then later he goes into more in-depth stuff, where he was having people from Echo, Echo Limit, all the big boys out there.
Yeah.
Giving their information, giving their perspective and stuff like that. Where they were actually saying, in order to get us the world first, we have to find specific ways. Not how they click buttons, right? But like, there was actually like Archimond. Method 1 Archimond from Paragon.
Yeah.
Purely because of an add-on. 100% purely because of an add-on. And he shows the difference between those two add-ons. Between the two perspectives. Where Paragon was lining up, and you literally see like two lines of people in order to counteract this. Where Metal was not doing this. They were using a specific add-on that they manufactured in order to get the fruit first. So this is nothing to do about how to make it easy. This is purely to do about add-ons giving you an upper hand and actually making the game easy. Because they don't have to line up right, they don't have to lose DPS. They can continuously do DPS, they just have to move like 1 or 2 steps, that's all. Where Paragon was not able to do this because they did not have that information. That specific add-on that was tailored for them.
Aw.
Overall, I'm saying like from a gameplay perspective and from obviously I don't work as a developer, but I know how to code. So from a development perspective, I understand that we have to draw a line at some point.
I mean, I just hope Blizzard doesn't fuck the game. Because at least Dragonflight is one of the... I'm saying one of the best games that they have brought up. Because the before this it was Lich King, so Lich King was greatest. On my
Legion was
view,
pretty good, I reckon.
on my
Legion was
view,
good.
Lich King was the fucking
Legion was good
best
as well.
fucking expansion ever. Legion was alright. I'm not saying it's the greatest, but
The
best fucking
only fucked
expansion.
up part with Legion was the legendaries. Like at the end it was perfectly fine, but at the start if you had like shit legendaries like bad RNG, like sepsis, you were fucked. You had to wait for a couple of weeks to get a better legendary.
I think when I was on the Alliance, I think my druid got 2 pieces of year that were legendaries. Lucky
Yeah, if you
motherfucker.
talk about like world first, like Deep Shades, the #1 warlock,
Hmm.
from Echo Metal back then. Like he had like 4 or 5 warlocks trying to get like the correct legendary because it was RNG. And then he got one on his first warlock. Okay, this is a bad one. Go to the second warlock. It took him like 5 warlocks to get the correct one.
Aww.
But what I'm trying to talk about, like those add-ons and stuff. You know, it's actually very funny when we talk about Raid.io. Do you actually know that if a Blizzard breaks add-ons, that Raid.io does not exist anymore? Because Raid.io only exists from the combat log. So if they fuck up the combat log, then the Raid.io, any IO doesn't exist anymore. You really have to pick somebody from item level. That's all.
Yeah, but can you imagine the shit show you'd get?
That's the fun part.
Yeah, but you don't have Warcraft logs, right? You don't have any loggings. You don't have any Raider.io. It's a big deal, right? It's a whole.
But
You cannot-
let's say it maintained the same difficulty, it'd be an utter shit show.
No, but what I'm trying to say, Katie, is like, think in a world that add-ons do not exist, and we're playing Dragonflight. Think about this, right? So you don't have Warcraft logs, you don't have Raider.io, you don't have damage meters, you don't have nothing.
Oh, you like Final Fantasy then?
Yeah, exactly. It's unimaginable now, but try to imagine this. Like, for me, it's like it can be extremely frustrating, but it can also be like very interesting at the exact same time because it's so weird, it's so fucked up.
I think it's nice to have a difference, though. I don't think it should be the same as Final Fantasy. I think some players would probably quit the game if it wasn't challenging enough as well. Because they just go to Final Fantasy. Because they'll get Final Fantasy. Like, people that find it too difficult just go to different places, wouldn't they? So
But why does not tell other players from Final Fantasy to also play WoW then? If it still feels like kind of like Final Fantasy, but like the only
But if
thing
it was
different.
easy though, you wouldn't have it like you have no bragging rights then. If you like if everything went easy, like it wouldn't be that people. Well, I guess that'd be a good thing in a way, but there wouldn't be any competition really.
Yeah, but can you play Final Fantasy on Mega Mode?
What?
On Mega Mode, like the hardest difficulty out there, because it's like literally. Why Final Fantasy? Like, why the developers said we don't want to have any add-ons, and this actually happened. They have banned people from the world first because they used add-ons, and literally the add-on that they used is like they could zoom out more, and that's why.
When Final Fantasy or Warcraft, I get confused.
No, in Final Fantasy,
Yeah.
the hardest difficulty, they used an add-on where they can zoom out more.
Yeah.
So they had much more field of view, right?
Yeah.
And the video came out and they got banned for this. They got declined. The world first was taken away from them.
Yeah.
From a simple thing of a camera angle being viewed out. Simple thing. How do you think? How easy World of Warcraft? How do you think? Well, if you take away all the add-ons, right, and gonna raid Mythic, you don't have TPM, you don't have big wigs, you don't have meters or whatever. It's gonna make World of Warcraft so much more difficult. Any Mythic class you go into, it's gonna be 10 times more difficult. Because you don't have like you don't have like, oh, he has this interrupt ready. Because sometimes we have like an interrupt tracker, we have damage meters and stuff like that. It's gonna make World of Warcraft so much more difficult. I'm not saying like, okay, we should not do this or whatever, right? But it's more about thinking in a perspective. That let's say if we did not have this.
I don't have an I don't have an interrupt tracker.
I do.
I don't.
I should a lot of players do. But I'm just trying to say it's very interesting. That's what I'm trying to say. That's the only thing I'm trying to say.
I feel like, because I don't even, I've got DBM right, but they've changed it, so now you've got to download some stupid fucking thing. My DBM barely works as well. But I think over time, you get to realise the timing on things anyway. If you practice a dungeon enough, you realise when things come up.
Over time, yes, 100% true.
Yeah.
Also, just from making a point, right?
But if you're casual, yeah, you're gonna struggle without all of those add-ons. Without the add-ons, you're gonna struggle massively.
No, but let's say you're on your main hero, right? You can probably easily do 15s. Like, I'm not saying shit about that, right? If I tell you to install every single add-on out there, every single add-on, you're not allowed to use any add-ons. Do you really think that 15s are as comfortable with or without add-ons? Do you feel still comfortable?
Do you know what? I don't really use many add-ons. I really don't. I mean, I got like one for my fucking light weaver talent, and that's about it. I'm a priest.
Yeah, but you can't have any in your head, huh?
Yeah, I don't really need that anymore so much, but it's nice to have. I don't really need
it's nice to have, but also it's you're getting accustomed to it.
Fucking anxious as well sometimes.
No, I don't use GTFO because for me it's like, oh, if I stand the shit, I just die. I should have paid attention. But I do understand that a lot of people think like it makes it easier for them. Because obviously it tells you like, oh, you're standing a shit, so 100% agree with that. But
yeah,
also,
it annoys me. It's a worm boss in Shadowmean Burial. It keeps bleeping all the time. Like when I'm in the patch, like I'm on a life support machine. That's why it lost.
yeah, that's
Goes boop boop boop.
that's one of the reasons I don't like to use it. I'm gonna fucking air raid.
It's kind of like, I'm taking slight amounts of damage, but like I need to be in that because otherwise I'll get dragged into the worm. So.
But seriously, I think if you delete all your add-ons right now, you're gonna be like, oh, I get what you mean. Like, it is much more difficult. It's much more different. Maybe much more difficult, but much more different than what you're used to. Because add-ons really visually makes us much more comfortable. And if we don't have this, it changes the whole perspective on how to approach things.
I think if you're pugging, you kind of need them more as well. Things like interrupt tracker, because you're not communicating. Like, if you don't have an interrupt tracker, you could end up overlapping interrupts, for example, in a really high key, where you can't afford to do that. You get what I mean?
Well, usually from my perspective, if you do like really high keys, then you don't pay too much attention to your add-ons because of the sheer amount of knowledge that you already have and the communication. So the add-ons are starting to fade away a little bit more.
I doubt that. There's people that are put that push keys that definitely do have add-ons. Like the streamers do, like the top players. You can't tell me their UI doesn't have add-ons because it fucking does.
Well, I can tell you that the MDI players are using communication more than add-ons. They only use add-ons to vital points.
Yeah, but they're not doing bleeding cut. They're not doing bleeding edge keys. They're doing like fairly high keys, like from like average player perspective, like at a very high pace, like a really fast pace. But they're not bleeding edge keys, are they? I think like
what I just said.
it's probably like 22s or something.
What I just literally said, like MDI players, they are much more in communication than they are doing in Monster add-ons. They only use MDI players only use add-ons for specific information, interrupts and stuff like that. Like on Age Revolt, for instance, like when one was sanguine, they just talk like a death line. Oh, death grip it out because we don't want of AA. Took death grip it out because blah blah. But that's more communication that obviously bug perspective do not use. But yeah, in perks you do need add-ons, but when it comes to MDI, it's more about communication than actually add-ons, and that's what all the MDI players are saying. You can literally go onto the right now and see the post.
I think they're not allowed. Well, I imagine they're not probably allowed add-ons in MDMI, are they? Because it's too much of an advantage.
No, they actually are allowed.
Yeah, but probably limited amounts. Probably nowhere near the amount of add-ons that much people are like general public are allowed to have. If you get what I mean. There's probably rules on that. On the fault.
Well, a couple of years ago, I was playing on Tournament Round, and I know for certain you are allowed to use every single add-on which is legally allowed by Blizzard.
Yeah.
Did you know the reason why you don't see that much add-ons in MDMI is purely because of the fact of milliseconds of FPS. Every single add-on that you use, like actually, very funny thing. In MDI, you see a damage meter, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that damage meter is not from the players themselves? It's from Blizzard. The MDI players are not using damage meter when they are playing MDMI.
Yeah.
It's literally Blizzard pulling the information and like obviously like streaming streaming in your face. And it's an overlay on top of the actual screen. They're not using...
Yeah, I was going to say, if they use damage meter, that's too distracting, I can imagine.
It's not the point of being too distracting, it's the point of it uses RAM usage.
Yeah.
And that's why they're not using it. That's why you see like World First, you obviously see a lot of add-ons and recoveries. But if you really look closely, like UI interface, they use way less than they use normally. If you go to limit maximum of max, right?
Yeah.
Of liquid max. If he just normally streams like normal casual streaming, you see like a bunch of add-ons, like a nice UI and stuff like that. But when it comes to World First, he's not using it. And the reason why is because it uses like RAM, storage, and everything, which in a World First perspective is bad.
Yeah.
Because it slows down your PC, and you do not want that. The lower amount of usage means a higher amount of efficiency.
Yeah. Oh well. Aww.
I don't want to argue with you, Akiri. I just
No,
want
I'm
you
not.
to. I just want to tell you things in a perspective of a developer, and obviously I'm not a developer for World of Warcraft, right? But I know how to develop applications because I literally study this. And every single thing, every single line and code that you implement needs to be read by the system. And every single line of code means like a couple of milliseconds. But if you have thousands upon thousands of lines of code being read every single second, it can literally start to ramp up to like 1 or 2 seconds. And not just by the add-on, not just by weak hours, but also by World of Warcraft itself. And then you have the human mind, you know, the human brain and the eyesight that also have to take the information and process this. That's why MDI and World First Raters try to use as little as add-ons and stuff like that to not be distracted and have the full amount of potential from the PC.
Yeah, I mean, they just have. Yeah, as I say, they definitely better use add-ons, so can't argue that.
Like you, me, probably JC feels bad about this. Did you actually know that every single MDI and World First race, after that, they destroy the PC?
What?
Yeah. Because then new components, like a new graphics card, like a stronger graphics card comes out,
Yeah.
and they're not gonna use it. Because they need to use the highest amount. This is very in-depth. They're not gonna tell you, obviously.
Oh yeah, because they want to get the most performance out.
Yeah.
They're not going to go on some potato computer. If they went on my computer, they'd be crying. For example.
So yeah, so if you want World First from like Echo, you know they have like fancy PCs that are behind, right?
Yeah.
It's not their own PCs at all. It's just PCs delivered from major companies, from Alien, from Intel. It's just PCs delivered from major companies, from Alien, from Intel, stuff like that. If you're going to watch MDI, the next of World First, right? If you're gonna watch the World First, it's not the same PC. Like, bro, you fucking burn like 10,000 euros probably off PC, and then the next couple of months you're coming back with a new PC. But that's how competitive it is.
I wouldn't
Like,
mind taking. I wouldn't mind taking a PC off.
That's what I thought.
I'll probably get about 14 years worth out of it. Like this computer. No, I don't care. Give me the computer.
Yeah, but like
Don't
when
fucking
I learned
destroy
this-
it. Give it to me, please. I don't give a fuck about the
Yeah,
components. I probably can put components.
That's what I thought, right? But then the company takes it back and then they disassemble it and sell it. I'm like, fucking hell, man! Like, just give me one of those PCs. I'm not an MDI. I'm not a World First Race. I don't give a fuck. Just give me the fucking motherfucking PC, boy.
Aww.
And then like 6 months later, World of Warcraft releases a new raid, right? But
Yeah.
then they had, you know, first we had like RTX 3080 Ti. When the new raid releases, the new raid, you know what graphic cards they're going to use? RTX 4080 Ti. So the 3080 Ti, which is extremely valuable, which probably costs us around like at this point like 8 to like €1,000, which used to cost like €2,000. It's just gone. It's back in selling. That's how competitive that shit is.
Aww.
Yeah, to this day, like, I don't know if they actually share that information, but did you know that in MDI there is a 6th player?
What player?
A 6th player.
Aww.
Same as it is for World First, there is not just 20 raiders, there's 21 raiders actually. There is one raid leader that, Max does this mostly. He's just raid leading it, and for Echo it's Scribe. But when it comes to MDI, there is another player present that literally tells them what the fuck to do. So it is like, okay, we're gonna have this, boss does this ability.
Yeah, recently they've had onlookers, haven't they? And that's how Liquid successfully like got cutting edge, like beat Will first. And then since then they've adopted this method where they get an outsider to like look at what's going on. You get what I mean?
Yeah, it also started to happen in MDI, where they have like a 6th member, telling them in their, they're watching their stream, watching the live feed. Okay, boss is doing X amount of ability in 3, 2, 1, and then they do it. And then boom, they instantly do it, right?
Yeah.
That's why you should never ever compare World First or MDI to what the fuck we are doing. In no way, shape, or we can perform that way.
We cannot.
We're not fast enough. Like they're better. Like they got the knowledge and they're quicker reacting. Generally speaking, they're sort of
Oh
players.
yeah, definitely.
And some people don't have that. Like I feel like some people, I think they differ. I think to play this game well, you need to be like, I don't know, kind of able to multitask and sense everything out really quickly. You know
Well,
what I mean?
I told the JC, like, let's say you put me in a 22 with Echo, I can probably, I literally think I can probably, let's say, Sherman Burner Grounds, and I have
they can carry anyone in a 20. Come on.
Yeah, but like 22, 23, 24, 25, I can probably do it with them. That's not a big deal. But I cannot do this in the MDI form. I can probably time it on a 25 with those guys because they have like insane amount of overhealing, insane amount of over DPS. I can probably time it, right? Because you have like, let's say 30 minutes. But in MDI settings, they do it in like 18, 20 minutes. So that leaves 10 minutes of gap. I can probably do it with them because I'm not stupid. I know what the fuck to do, right? Generally. However, if you put me in MDI settings, I'm nowhere near close to be able to do this. Because I'm not quick enough, I'm not experienced enough in that regard.
Yeah.
I cannot pull 7 packs. You can actually watch this on World of Warcraft YouTube page.
Mm-hmm.
Echo pulled 7, they had 7 pulls on packs in order to do Age of Vault. They only had 7 pulls. We generally do this in like 20, 30 pulls.
If it's no more.
It's not more than that, yeah. 7 pulls to get all the percentage they need. Yeah, no, sorry to say, but I'm gonna die 24/7.
To be honest, I'll probably say that they could probably carry a shitty DPS for a 20, for example.
Oh, definitely.
And probably a shit healer, but tank maybe you kind of need to be confident because like you're taking the damage and like the healer can only heal so much. If you get what I mean, even like a really good healer, if you're god awful tank, you're just gonna die to like stupid things like 21s and whatnot. Like 100%.
Yeah, like Asia Vault just in 7 pools? No, I don't think many of people around it. I don't even think I can do it. It's just too much stress. It's too difficult. Like every millisecond is very important.
What's that? Age? What? Sorry.
Let's say you're gonna do an Asia Vault plus 25.
Age evolve. Oh, okay.
Age
yeah,
of
yeah, yeah.
And you only have but you only have 7 pools. We're not counting bosses, eh? You have 7 pools to get 100%. You get 100%, you know, for percentage that you need.
Yeah.
But you only have 7 pools to do it. Like
Yeah.
they did it, right? Like I'm not able to do this. I'm a very good tank, but I'm not able to do this. I'm not able to pull this off.
Yeah.
But that's MDI, so I can probably do it in like 14 pools. Double the amount. I cannot do it in 7 pools.
Yeah.
I know I'm pretty good, but not that good.
I think they probably could carry like a fairly competent tank that might be like I don't know, maybe doing slightly lower keys maybe, but I don't know about like a god awful tank. That ain't gonna happen. Like they could carry a terrible DPS, for example, maybe.
Oh yeah. Yeah, then this thing, you know, like I said again, like if it's a 25, and if you do this in the MDI,
and with the right comp, they could carry a terrible healer as well. With the right comp, I think a pally tank of Shadow Priest or something. You know, people that can self heal. Probably, to a certain extent. I mean, they've already done it. They've done like 24s without healers now. I think there's like a guy that's doing it.
like I said, like you know how to heal, right? Like no question about it.
Yeah.
But you cannot heal in Asia Vault plus 25 in 7 pools. You're not able to do this because it requires so much. It's so difficult. It's like really like up to like a millisecond.
I don't know actually. Like I guess are they interrupting everything? Like the boss fights would be terrible at that level.
No, but like those 7 pools for 100% like that you need. Like I said, like I'm not even like I really know how to tank, but that is just too much for me. It's so much knowledge. Like you have to like.
I'll probably die on the second boss.
Like you're not able to heal those guys because you have to heal like up to the millisecond. You have to heal them. Like it's so fucking difficult. That's why they're the best players in the world anyway.
Yeah.
That's why Zelia is the best healer for them. You know, but you're not gonna able to do this. If they pull it like double the amount, then yes, you're probably able to do this like without a question. But in 7 pools, like no, you're not gonna do it.
Well, it sounds like a nightmare. 25 silver bolt, to be honest.
Yeah, for us it is. You know, for them it's also like a nightmare. You know, because when they play MDI, they actually have to take breaks because it requires so much energy, like brain energy. It's really like wearing them out super quickly.
Yeah.
Like if you cast, I don't know, like for instance, like just imagination, right? If you cast a binding heal, 1 second too late, your tank dies, and then you fuck up the MDI. You're out because the other players did it correctly. and they win, right? By just a couple of seconds. It's unimaginable for us, I think, that how the MDI works. I kind of understand it when I obviously get the information from people that explain it. But even then, it's like, what the fuck? I know what you're talking about, but I would never able to do that shit, man. I mean, okay, that's it. I go back to sleep. See you tomorrow. It's MDI. Like, I don't give a fuck, man. I can't do this. I'm going to sleep. I'm going on vacation.
I did so much healing in the academy. Me and JC did the academy.
So we did.
Like, yeah, 37k healing overall. That tree boss I did like 54 overall. It's fucking mental. But that doesn't feel like a lot though, because like I seen, well, it was the top key at the time. They were doing like a 27 quarter stars, right? And on the second boss, the Pallid healer did like over 100k on that second boss, which is insane. I was like, how the fuck is they getting all these heals out?
Yeah, but it's very dependable. Like, if your group takes low amount of damage because they know what the fuck they're doing, then obviously you heal way less overall.
Oh yeah, but he was doing 100k though on that boss alone.
Like, I think I did like Knockmoot offense with my Death Knight tank.
Yeah.
Like, up till the first boss, I did like 100k HPS on my Death Knight tank.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's Death Knight, isn't it? Broken with healing. Like, it's very. If you can beat. If a healer can beat a DK at healing, then obviously something's gone drastically wrong or the DK shit.
Yeah, but still, like, if you're able to do like 100k plus, then you know how to fucking play your class at that point. Like, if I did not do this correctly, then I probably would end up like 50k, 60k. But like I said, like, it's very dependable on your group and how you should react, and that makes perks so much stressful and difficult. Because a healer can be really strong and really good, and you know, you feel very comfortable, and your death strikes are healing way less, or your heal is gonna be shitty, and you have to use a lot more utilization from your Death Knight in order to heal yourself much more.
Yeah, no, but you're supposed to. DKs are invincible if they're played right.
Yeah, but
like, if they're played right, if they're played right, healers don't need to intervene too much. You can just let them do it be. Literally, they're like, you don't even need to worry about DK tank, generally speaking, until they run out.
No, but what I'm saying is, if you have healer A, which heals 20k HPS, or you have healer B, which is much more expertise, is way better in playing World of Warcraft, which is healing 40k HPS, then of course the healing per second by the Death Knight is being lower, because healer B is healing more, because he's much more knowledgeable. Maybe it's not, sometimes it's a good thing, sometimes it's a bad thing. However, it shows on the numbers, right?
Yeah.
So, for me, I'm very comfortable when I'm reaching like 10% HP. I'm still comfortable because I know I have my Death Strike available, which I'm obviously using.
Yeah, they make me feel uneasy sometimes, DK tanks, actually, as a healer. They can make me feel really uneasy.
Yeah, but you can
I normally leave them be until they get very low.
Yeah, but at the same time, like, you have like Death Knight A, which is healing 40k HPS, or you have Death Knight B, which is healing 70k. Who knows this class better at that point? It's probably Death Knight B, because he utilizes his abilities much more often, which then derives from when you have Death Strike, right? If you use Death Strike, you heal yourself, but it also applies a shield. When you use what the fuck is that ability called? It's like a bone thingy that gives you a bone shield. And then after that, I always use like Dancing Moonblade anyway. But it gives you a shield, but that shield still applies to the healing per second. If Death Knight A is not utilizing this very well, his healing per second is lower than Death Knight B, which is using it correctly. Which is, I don't know, so when I look at the numbers, because I know when I play a class, I go in depth into this, and I really understand this class. No specialization, put it that way. But sometimes when I see definitely like, why the fuck are you healing so low? Like, you're only hitting like 30k HPS.
I've seen quite a lot of DKs lately though. I've just gone into I've seen a few actually just go into packs that are just terrible and then they just flop and die. And I know for a fact that they've done something wrong. Because I know like that's a weak point in the pool, but like if a DK dies instantly, that's definitely on him. Like there's no like he's not run out of runic powers.
Well, it's not really about running power, it's about Bone Shield. Bone Shield is like your 100% mitigation.
Yes. Well, I think any tank that runs into a pack and dies instantly is kind of on them in a way, because they should, at that point, they should be at their strongest. It's when the pool gets prolonged, so to speak, that's where it becomes difficult for the tank.
No, for definitely. Like, if there is too much time between a pool, then it's difficult for a definite thing to continue. Because of the time they lose their state.
That's when the healer needs to intervene and start healing them a little bit. And it's the same with any other tank as well. Like that's when it starts getting difficult.
Like if you're gonna heal me in a plus 15, right, with my Death Knight tank, I'm gonna go in and you're gonna be like, oh, like come on, Jules, like you're fucking dying. No, okay, I'm not dying. I'm just literally waiting for low HP because I'm bringing up all my defenses.
Yeah, as I say, it makes me feel
in order to heal.
It makes me feel uneasy, but generally speaking, I tend to leave DKs alone until they go really low. You know what I mean? Like I can see them struggling. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's why defense are really that much favorable in perk settings, because it feels uneasy for healers.
I probably need a weak horror for the runes, to be honest.
Like probably if you play with.
If they're a decent DK, they shouldn't die that quick anyway. You know what I mean? But when they obviously do need help eventually. No tank is invincible, but.
The only thing you need to do as a healer when you play with the Death Knight tank, when they pull, give them a large heal at the start. A simple large heal. This can be regrowth with shiftment. This can be heal with what is it, like Riptide. This can be what is it, like Sanctify, Holy Word, something, blah blah blah. Just give them that. That's the only thing they want. And then leave them the fuck alone, and then they can sort their own shit out. But at the very start, they always take a shitload amount of damage, and you just want to give them like a big heal. That's all.
Yeah.
Just to make them feel comfortable. After that, just you can leave them alone. If they still fuck it up.
Do you know what though? I had a Russian DK ages ago in one of my keys, like, and I kept putting. All I put on him was like Prayer of Mending, like a bit, and some Renew. And he was telling me to stop healing him.
Yeah, I know. Like, I had to restrain myself from not telling healers to stop healing me.
But it becomes, yeah, because you feel like your Death Strike is like not going to do anything then.
No, for me it's like stop healing me, because otherwise like my Death Strike is not healing the full potential. I'm just wasting my Death Strikes for offensive when I want to use the defense. Like for me, like in BFA, it literally happens where I was doing 15s, and
Yeah.
it's like the end boss, you know, like Freehold, for instance. I just literally use like one or two defensives, use depth strike, and then I went go to the toilet for a quick piss. I came back like a minute later, and I was like perfectly fine. And then my death knight, like, it's a plus 15. I just go for a piss, like I don't give a fuck. But death strikes are very powerful and very strong if you know how to play them. If you do not utilize them correctly, they are very shitty.
Yeah. Oh well.
Same goes for monk tanks. Monk tanks are extremely shitty. Extremely fucking shitty, I can tell you right now. But if they know how to play this correctly, they are super powerful. It's even better to take a monk tank than a warrior tank.
You're awesome!
If they know
You're awesome!
how to fucking play it. Unless you have like a very
Yeah,
extreme
well,
warrior tank.
to be fair, like with all this meta stuff and whatever, if you get a decent, even a decent druid tank, let's say like they're bottom tier, but if they're like really fucking good at their class, they'll beat a warrior that's terrible.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Thank you, Didara, for
Yeah.
following me. You're awesome, man.
Aww,
Definitely.
he's getting followers.
Yeah, got 25 followers now.
Oh my
Getting
god.
a rich boy, he's getting an island boy.
I'm scared. Just joking. Aw.
Kind of. I was looking for something in my phone and I couldn't.
Just don't tell him to join Discord.
Don't tell her what? To join Discord? You can join.
No.
It will
Too
be,
much
it will be,
conversation
it
happening.
will be better to talk more shit though.
Nah. Oh dear. Like you always take the player, not the class. That old motto.
Mic on.
Well,
Mic feedback on. Charging battery.
yes, at the moment, yes, that's true. But I do remember like BFA stuff like that.
Give me a second.
It was much more about like bring the class, not the player.
Yeah.
But now like Blizzard is finally starting to balance everything out.
Yeah.
So when it comes to Mythic Plus, it's much more about like your looking at the affixes and looking about like the composition.
A little bit, but it's been like that for ages.
Yeah, but in BFA, for instance, it was much more like certain classes were pulling ahead because of X amount of items. They're like overpowered. But you don't really have like that much overpowered items anymore in Dragonflight. I find this really a really good thing. Sure, Shadow Priests are very strong in AoE and they are still very good on single target. But you don't always want to be there. Extremely fucking strong on AoE. Pull 20 mobs and they're gonna demolish them. But when you start the boss fight, they're not that strong.
Yeah.
So it's better, let's say Knockmoot Offense, right? Knockmoot Offense is like super AoE orientated.
Mhm.
But when it comes to fucking hell, name it like I don't know, Halls of Valor, for instance, I don't know, right? It's but there's like 5 bosses. You don't want a balance room there. It's still viable, it's still really good, but there are other classes out there that can probably help you out in the long run. Put it that way.
Mhm.
So yeah, it's just what you want.
But But there's still a lot of stigma about, like, a lot of classes don't get a look in unless they're a warrior DPS. Like, they might pump damage or whatever, but the utility, like, you can just get warrior tank, for example. So there's all that palaver. Yeah. And then Ret Pallies is also not really favourable.
Yes, that's true, but that's super funny because DPS do fuck out of you and my DPS. Super funny because DPS do fuck out of you and my DPSs out there. It's
Oh yeah,
insane.
yeah. I don't know. Like, I'll take a good Ret Pally. I don't really care. If I need a CR, they're useful, aren't they? So these days.
But that's the thing that I really like. You know, in Shadowlands, where like survival hunters and like destruction walls are like, you know, meta because it's like super easy to play.
Mic on.
I had like shit.
Mic feedback on.
Yeah.
Charging battery.
You don't really see this in Dragonflight at the moment. Is there any composition out there that is 100% guarantee to fucking time this? You don't see this. Not talking about MDI, yeah? General 15s, you don't see this.
Yeah, people are still meta. They're kind of like, you could probably call them mid-bottom tier these days. Like, I don't really get into groups too easily anymore, so. They'll want evokers and bloody brewery dealers.
Yeah, but that's
Good, aren't they?
yeah, but that's exactly the thing. Yes, druids and evokers are slightly more powerful, but it's not at a point where they are seen as pure meta.
Oh, but you go in keys, people do still want that kind of key. Like, I mean, I was watching this streamer, she's a holy priest, right? And I watched a bit of her video, and she's got a good rating. Like, she's been doing like into 20s and stuff like that. But like, she's just doing like maybe one key above or whatever, or maybe like the same level.
Mm-hmm.
But like, nobody wants a holy priest even this week. Nobody wants them, even though they're good for this week. You know what I mean? Probably because they got a shadow priest, but still, they don't want them.
Yeah, but it's also a misconception. Like in Shadowlands, like everybody wanted to have a holy priest at some point, right?
Yeah.
But before this, what did everybody want to use in season 2? Holy paladin. In season 3, nobody really wanted a holy paladin that much because it was still good, but not as good as a holy priest. So it's just very dependable on how people are getting the information. I was still doing like 15s easily with like holy paladins, even though they were not like the stronger healers out there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I took them because I know like they're able to heal the shit out of it. They're not able to do the DPS, but I don't give a fuck about DPS because the DPS should worry about DPS, not me, not the healer. We're not in a fucking MDI setting, so shut the fuck up, like.
Yeah, it's the same thing, isn't it? Like, obviously, the top end players are going to go to whatever's best for them to get the highest key done possible, if you get what I mean. Because that's what they want to do and stuff like that. But then it sort of trickles down into much lower keys, and it's a little bit like, why? You get what I mean? Probably because they're looking for an easy ride, but sometimes the best classes for those keys are not so good for lower. Let's say a boonkin, like, they don't do a lot of damage in low keys. They do loads of damage in higher ones, though, because they got enough time to ramp. But still, people stupidly take balance druids for low keys because they think, oh yeah,
Yes.
better.
It's a yes and true at the same time because like when I'm with a balance druid, I know they excel in high amount of AoE.
Yeah, but they
You
need a
know,
ramp.
yeah, but like if you pull like 3 enemies, like they're not gonna do that much damage. If you pull like 10, 15 enemies, they're gonna do so much more damage. It's ridiculous. So, for me, for instance, nice, I got 98. Got 98 on fishing on RuneScape.
Ah, fair enough.
Just one more level, I'm max level, 99. So, I keep this in mind, and whenever I can, I come more. Unless I can't, obviously. But that requires... That's actually, that makes you a better tank than most of the other tanks out there. Knowing that improves the damage and stuff like that for your DPSers, in order for them to do their job, requires a tank to understand the knowledge of all their DPSers. Even though it might make it more difficult for you, but at the same time it's also lowering the difficulty level because they burn those enemies quickly.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of silly. Ah.
But that's what I'm telling you and JC all the time, you guys are doing an amazing job. If you're doing 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, you're actually doing an amazing job. Because I am looking at the numbers. I'm looking at the statistics.
You say that, but there's a lot of 20s.
Yeah, but do you want me to pull the numbers on successful 20s done? Did you know that? Did you actually know that in all those keys that you see on plus 20s, did you actually know 50% of them are actually timed? And the other 50% are not timed or declined?
What 50 you mean?
20.
Charge complete.
Yeah, 50% you say, or 15?
50%. All the 20s that you see right now in your pre-made are being not in time.
Possibly. There's a high chance because it's pugged. Unless it's like Shadow Moon Burial or maybe Cool Stars, and it's got more higher success rate.
Now, obviously they have a higher success rate, but if you see a 20 Red Ruby Life Loss, there is a 50% chance that you're not gonna time this. Whether you know how to heal, whether you know how the techniques work, it has still a 50% chance for you not to be able to time this. That's what I'm saying, even if you're doing 15s, 16s, 17s, 18s, be proud of what you're doing right now, because it's not common, it's not normal for you to do 20s. Not at all.
Well, someone was saying, I maybe, I don't know, agree sort of, I guess. Someone reckons that they shouldn't have, 20 shouldn't be where the gear stops. They reckon maybe lower it to an 18 rather than a 20. Because it's too difficult to get 20s done. Because there's a lot of levers and stuff, and there's a lot of things that can go very, very wrong.
At the moment, 15 should be the high point for gear. And the reasoning why this is you can literally go in the Discord right now, in this Discord. And I think I have, if you scroll down at some point, you will see the difference between the damage and the HP multipliers by Blizzard, where actually if you look at the 15, it's over 30% difference.
Yeah.
That 30% difference in Shadowlands was the difference between 15 and 20s. So if we do a 15 right now, it actually means we're doing I think it was we're doing actually an 18 compared to the numbers.
Yeah.
So if you do an 18 right now, you're actually doing a 20 in Shadowlands.
Yeah, I feel like I reckon, well, I haven't successfully timed 18, but I think with the right group, I think I can heal to 18. But I don't know about higher than that at the moment. I'm doing 17s, kind of okay, so. But I think with the right group, 18 might be so too bad, I reckon. But...
Yeah, for me it's I don't give a fuck, right? because of the difference of my job right now, working way more, and my perspective has changed in gaming in general, where I want to stop pushing because it's too stressful, where I just want to reach 2K. I actually told the JC earlier, the goal that I want to achieve at some point in World of Warcraft, this expansion.
Okay.
So you can say like, man, 2K is not that much, right? It's not too difficult. But every single class, do you think you can probably do it, right? But do you think like, let's say we have 1 million players in World of Warcraft. Do you think from those 1 million players, 50% can get 2K on every single class? Every single class, rogue, priest, warrior.
I've achieved it as healer, DPS, and tank now. But
yeah, same for me. But then you have to do it with every single class. Can you get 2K on your rogue? Can you get 2K on yeah, for me it was priest, but for you, for instance,
he's trying to think of one. I don't play.
I'm trying to think of a class that you don't play, like a warlock.
I've played Warlock. Rogue is
easily,
Rogue is one I don't know much about, to be honest.
But you have to obtain this in one season, not in the entire. You have to obtain this in one season, which I'm going to try to achieve at some point.
Yeah,
Probably season 3, season 4-ish.
I've made a Fury Warrior. I've done a few keys last week on a Fury Warrior, but my damage is abysmal at the moment.
I'm just talking. Obviously, I cannot do this for every specialization because I don't have the time for it.
No.
So for me, yes, like I'm going to play a protection warrior. So as a tank, it obviously get me into keys much more quicker. However, I'm going to play as a windwalker and not as a as a monk tank.
Yeah.
Which makes it much more difficult getting into those keys because of the sheer competition when it comes to DPS.
DPS, yeah. As DPS, you have a hard time getting to keys. A lot of people, like on Reddit, there's so many people that complain about that, like on Reddit and like the forums and all that lot, but it is DPS life, honestly. It's not just them. They make it sound like it's just them, but like most every fucking DPS player finds it hard to get into keys, even if they got the gut rating or the rating faster. Like it's much better than what the keys is. You know what I mean? Like they're applying for something that's lower than what they've done. They still won't get. It doesn't guarantee they'll get a spot. Like if it's a well thought after key. So.
In my opinion, like if I'm at some point, because like right now, like if I'm trying to get a monk to 2K, but my monk is like level 62. My rogue is like level 20, right, or something.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm not able to go on to do this in this season. Definitely, season 2 is not going to definitely get this because it takes too much time.
Yeah, but I know people hate it, but like doing your own keys is the only way out of that. Like you're going to end up doing your own key a lot as a DPS, I think, unless you got a pre-made already. You know what I mean? But if you got people to play with already, then it's easy game then.
Yes or no? I actually kind of disagree with this because I think it's sort of bullshit. When it comes to DPS, yes, I agree with it. But when it comes to healing or tanking, no, it's bullshit. Because why is it? Or with my healer? But if I do this with my DPS, I do not get invited. You see what I'm... Yeah, yet again, I understand this. This is fucking bullshit. So that literally means that I have to play a tank or DPS in order to get into those keys quicker. In order to get quicker access to those Ridder school.
Yeah, pretty much.
Indeed, right?
Yeah.
Like, I 100% understand what you mean, right? I 100% agree with it.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it feels bad for me as a player. I know how to fucking DPS. You have seen my Hunter. I outperformed many hunters out there with IO.
But you can't. There might be someone else in the queue that's also really good for the key. There's
Yeah,
probably
but
loads of people.
Yeah, but why the fuck? Yeah. As a blood death knight tank with 600 IO, do I have plus 12 plus 13? It feels so stupid.
It's because
But if I play a DPS,
because people are desperate for tanks, especially on a bad tank week you're in, 100%.
yeah, but sorry. In my opinion, that is
because people don't want. You know why people? There's a lack of tanks, isn't there? Because people are scared and intimidated to take that role, and the amount of bullshit they get.
In my opinion, this is fucking hypocritical. So no, we're not gonna play a 600 IO hunter.
Well, you do realise the key holder's only looking out for their own interest. They're not looking out for yours, right?
Yeah, but like still, it's just fucking hypocritical. That's literally my opinion about this.
It's the same when you have it's the same when you have your own key, right? You're only looking for your own interests.
No, but you are willing to take a shitty tank with a low rate amount of IO because you need a tank, right? Because they're or a healer.
I'm actually picky. I'm not gonna. I wouldn't take.
No, well, I'm just talking in general. I'm not talking about you, right?
Yeah.
I'm just talking about the experience that I experienced. For me, it's easier to get a tank into a group, in a high group, you know, in order to get my key done, in order to get a key done, you know, for a raid IO score. But it's much more difficult for me to get a DPS, which is very strong, to get in there. And I know there is a competition out there, but why do we have to be so fucking hypocritical about DPSs?
Yeah.
It's bad, right? It can literally ruin your key. It doesn't matter if you have over DPS. It literally ruins your key.
Oh yeah. That's why
That's what I'm saying. Like it's so stupid sometimes. I'm not talking about you, right? I'm just talking about in general. I have been in groups when I was like fucking soloing bosses where there was like people out there with like 1600 rated IO on the plus 10 and they still fuck it up. Like bro, like you're 400 item level, why are you doing like 25k DPS? Average. And we're already on the last boss, like what the fuck is wrong with you?
It's very easy to get carried as a DPS though.
Yeah, but why if I go with my 800 IO DPS, I do 40k? I understand what you mean, right? But you also have to understand what I'm talking about. It feels super fucking bad.
Yeah, it's because rating is the only metric, right? But it's not 100% correct.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah,
But
if it's the only metric we've got.
do you agree that the radar IO metric does not work until you reach what should we agree upon? 22, 23, 24, 2500?
But it's kind of weird, I find, rating, because there is. I mean, I've taken chances on people that they might be a bit low. Their rating on is a bit low for the key, right? But they didn't rate go to shit. If you get what I mean.
If I do a 15, let's say I'm going to do a 15 Shenmue burn go around, right? I only take people that have like ridiculous amounts of rated IO. Like 2800, 2900, like 3k, like 2700, 2600, right?
Yeah.
I never ever take somebody with 2200 rated IO. Unless he has unless a full pre-made or stuff like that, right? If I see a 2200 DPS with another 1800 DPS, I'm not gonna take him. If I see a DPS with 1980, I always take this person.
Yeah.
Because he wants this fucking key to be timed in order to get fucking 2k. It's like, oh, I need Shadow Burger Grounds, it's gonna give me like 10-20 rated IO score, and then I'm close to like 2k, I really want to achieve 2k. You're gonna do as much as you can. He's gonna do the intros. He's gonna do the DPS as much as he can. Because he wants to get 2k. The one that's like 2100 rated IO, he doesn't give a fuck about this, because he already has achieved 2k, right?
Yeah.
Well, if somebody's like
Also,
20.
I feel like sometimes when you get high rating people in lower keys, let's say, they tend to think, oh, I can stand in this, it won't kill me, you're already doing much. Then they realise it backfires because they feel like because it's a low key, oh yeah, this is not going to kill me.
Yeah, but if somebody is like 2600, 27, 28, 2900, yes, they can stand in that shit. Because they're like 415 item level. So generally they kind of stand in it. But there's people that are like 21, 22, 2300, they are fucking your key up. Believe me. Even when you do a 15, it's actually better to invite like...
It's weird. I find it weird because like you do see skill differences between higher rating and low rating people, but there is exceptions, and you get people that look like they've been boosted. You know what I mean? You think, yeah, like there's no, like you think, how the fuck do they get their rating? But then they might be having a bad day or have bad connection, or it could be legitimately like they got boosted. You get what I mean? They're just all round shit.
You know, like even though like I'm not doing the high keys anymore, like the plus 20 keys, I still have quite some friends that are still doing it. They're like 28, 29, 3k red IO score. One of my friends, like Saracen, which plays on Sylvanas, which plays a Shadow Priest.
Yeah.
He literally tells me that the highest success rate is actually not by people that have higher red IO score than they are, but lower. The reasoning for this is they are willing to put so much time and effort in that dungeon to make it work, just to get a red IO score.
Yeah, because the higher rating people might see it just as a weekly. They don't really care because they already got the rating.
He says like sometimes they need another DPS in their group, right?
Yeah.
They never ever invite somebody that's higher than them. They always invite somebody lower than them. Obviously not way lower, right? But he's like 2800 red IO or like 29. And he invites somebody like 27. Because if we invite them, and if they time the key, it's gonna give them 10 or 20 red IO difference. So they're gonna do as much as they can in order to get that 10, 20, because it's super important, right? It's super high. Like at that point, 10, 20 red IO score is super much. And that's why they invite them. Yeah, generally those players can do like 1 or 2 runs a night, because then they're completely burned out. They're so burned out because of the sheer amount of energy that their brain requires in order to get it done.
Yeah, it's gotta be
healing like a 16, 17, 18, and you heal like 2 or 18, and you heal like 2 or 3 turns back to back. Like after that you're not gonna heal shit.
It's weird though. you say that with healing, it's kind of weird, actually. It's kind of weird in a way, because sometimes healing a low key is actually worse than healing a higher one. Because like, when you're doing high, like, things become one-shotty, so you're generally playing with better players because you won't get through it. You just 100% won't time it or get through it. Like you need to be good. So they tend to avoid stuff, and they tend to make it easier for the healer because they don't know they can, like, to get through the key, if you got what I mean. It's kind of it's weird. Like it's really weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
You'd think it'd be worse, but like there is certain windows you have to heal through. Like, you know, like the bosses in Hall of Valor. You know, the one with the circle. Like when the bubble comes up, you need to heal that. But the group can still make that easy for you. They can
Oh yeah,
light up.
definitely,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah. So, but you do need to heal through that. Damage is going to happen. You have to heal it. But I don't know. It's kind of weird. I feel like healing is because mistakes become one shots. So
Like that was in particular, like it still pisses me off as a druid healer. Because I'm doing like 40, 50k HPS and it's still apparently not enough. Like what the fuck? Okay, you know, it is what it is. Maybe I should play better, but yeah, I don't know what's going on. I just keep dying there. I use bards.
How good are you? Was it a 17?
No, it's like I think it was like a 14.
Yeah.
But it was not even tyrannical.
Yeah.
And I still die when I have 100% HP. I still have rejuvenation, life bloom, and regrowth on me.
Yeah.
And then I'm using wild growth and tranquility. The first time it's okay. The second time I try to use the flourish.
Yeah.
But apparently it's just not enough. I don't know, I have to read up on this more. I can,
yeah,
like, when I look at my healing meters,
I imagine you'd have to use maybe flourish on. You probably flourish on one and tranquility on another. Flourish is 2 minutes and tranquility is 3, isn't it? Right?
something
Is
like
that
something
right?
like
Yeah. Like holy priests have similar cooldown to that in a way. So I tend to. Well, I think the right way to do it is to use the 2-minute one first, then the 3-minute one, and then the 2-minute one. Because you normally get that back up, the 2-minute one afterwards.
that. For me, it seems like when I look at the numbers, right? It seems I'm getting like 50k, 60k, 70k damage. And it's like, isn't that too much? Like, how am I able to heal 70k HPS? Because every single second, everybody in your group, right, especially outside of your tank,
Yeah.
every single person is gonna get 50k damage. Anywhere between 50 and 70k damage on a 14-15.
Yeah.
How the fuck am I supposed to heal this shit? I preemptively use life bloom on myself, and another life bloom on like the person that I noticed before is taking a lot of damage. Right when we go up to this boss.
Yeah.
Then I use rejuvenation on every single person, and before the storm hits, I use regrowth on every single person, because it also gives you another dot hold to it. Then I use like swiftment, and then I use a wild growth, because then it gives you 200% increased healing from swiftment.
Yeah.
And even then, sometimes it seems like it's not enough. Unless I use tranquility, it's fine, or flourish, it's fine. You have to be so fucking quick. I wanted to play a healer, put myself in a perspective, like if let's say if I'm going to do this ski, am I going to blame the healer? Yes or no? I don't know, because I don't play healer. But now I play healer, I know how difficult it is.
It's weird because I feel like, well, it's more unavoidable damage to heal, but definitely that this time around. But like, as I said before, like a lot of the time, well, sometimes if a mistake is too fatal, it's definitely on them. It's not the healer. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but
if it's healable damage, then the healer should be able to get through that. Depending on situation, because if the whole group is taking a smacking, then that's putting pressure on the healer. Like, they can only do what they can, if you know what I mean. I don't know,
Yeah,
I may be of the fault of, like, just chill out, like, get on with it, mistakes happen, I guess.
Yeah, but let's say we have a Death Knight tank. If he's not putting the anti-magic shell there, you know, he should have done this. If a hunter doesn't use his turtle, he should have done this. If a rogue doesn't use this, what is it called, like shroud, or I don't know, it's a gray gray icon that they can use. Faint, I think it's faint actually. Faint reduces the damage taken from AoE abilities by 20%. If they're not using this, it's their fault. So playing a healer puts me in a much better perspective about understanding when I play DPS or when I play tank.
Yeah, I think it makes you a better tank and DPS actually being a healer. I think because
It makes you a better player in general.
I think so, yeah, because you think, oh yeah, I'm not gonna be that person. Like you see these monkey DPS that just get hit by everything and just expect the healers to heal them. And you think, okay, I'm not gonna play like that. I'm gonna actively avoid
Yeah,
it.
fuck me.
I'm gonna put less stress on myself. You know what I mean? Because you already know how stressful it can get.
Yeah, but that's exactly every single time, when I play like my Paladin tank, like that's exactly what I'm telling you. I'm a Foxy, but I am way better than most. Let's say we have 1 million players, right? 1 million players, and out of those 1 million players, every person plays MDR. Of play, not, fuck. Sorry, don't listen to it. They play Close Fire. I'm easily more comfortable with 10,000 top 5,000 players out there than doing super Paladin, because I know how difficult it is to hit a lot of people with this. But then again, I also know because I play almost every single specialization SKT out there. Yeah, but don't give me credit for this.
Mic on. Mic feedback on.
Yeah, but like, okay, so we're back, and I said like, twice in the top 20 within the bubble, and then the second time we go
La
again.
Madonna, ma fatti in culo.
Yeah, but do you understand how it pisses me off? Like, fuck's sake, man. Like, dude, do you want me to fucking do this? I can play every single chariot. I can have 5 accounts both within and field.
Fucking mage, really?
crossroad, all the numbers and games, I'm gonna do it. Because I'm literally that invested in the game so much already. But I do not want to do this. And I'm perfectly fine by this.
If Happy Bun could time a 20 on his tank, there is hope. I'm joking. No, he's not a bad player, don't get me wrong, but I do feel like he's got some very strange ideas of his talents. Like, I wouldn't listen to him about talents. Like, he's got some very odd, weird ideas. Like, but like, I don't know. I feel like when you get him in the right, if you tell him to be serious, like you really want to push a key, then he does tend to buckle down and do it. But otherwise, he seems to treat keys like it's a joke. I don't know. I feel like he trolls. I don't know.
Everyone is like a 25% boost. No, seriously, I know this.
What?
Go to Happy Bone. Go to Happy Bone when he's online. Ask him any question about any other class.
Yeah.
If you are a very competitive player, a very strong player, you can ask him about any ability in the game and ask him. Seriously. Ask Gingy, for instance, or Noah, or Clicks.
I think he was suggested to get rid of, like, what's it, what's that blood drop spell that you could put on people to help them, like if they're taking a lot of damage, that you take the damage instead.
Blessing of Sacrifice.
Yeah, Blessing of Sacrifice, that one. He suggested not to talent that in. I'm thinking, why? Why not? Like, that can be quite useful. I use it on my pally tank.
Blessing
like,
of Sacrifice
if things go shit, because I can heal the damage myself. Like, if things go crap, like this DPS keeps taking damage, I can help. Like, why would I not take that? You get what I mean?
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, I had a couple of things, right? I'm not playing World of Warcraft. I'm literally on my phone right now playing RuneScape.
Yeah.
Oh my god. It's the sheer amount of knowledge that I have. Like Blessing of Sacrifice. I think you can probably look this up right now. I think it redirects 40% of the damage that the player is taking up to the tank. Or the paladin, for instance.
Yeah, I don't know what percent it is, but I find it useful when the shit hits the fan. I probably don't use it properly, but I use it like when shit hits the fan. I use that and I bop someone who, like, I really feel like they should be immune to something. You know what I mean? If it really hits the fan, I'm trying to make it easier. He's got some very weird ideas, and plus he uses Renew on his Holy Priest, and that really baffles my head. It still baffles me.
Yeah, Renew is like before you fight, but it's not like during your fight.
He told me why. I think I know why it's his top hill, because he keeps topping up people with Renew when they're not taking damage. But why is he doing that? Why not DPS? It's such a weak spell. Like, what's the point?
Yeah, but Katie, that's a very dependable topic, because you can either be a very defensive healer or you can be an offensive healer.
Yeah, but I get, like, saying that there are circumstances where dotting the whole party with Renew is probably quite favourable. But, like, he does it continuously when it's not needed. Like, he does it continuously when it's not needed. Like...
You generally only use Renew before a fight and after a fight.
Well,
or you can use it during a fight, but 100% purely. Let's say you have like Fenrir in Halls of Valor, right?
There's a good example of this. I watched the Holy Priest streamer do Tyrannical. You know, the bubble boss, the one with the bubble. She did pre-renew people, and I think circumstances like that is it can be quite good. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you know they're taking damage. You know
it, it's perfectly fine. Only when everybody's on. You can still use it. It's perfectly fine. Only when everybody's 100% HP.
Yeah, but he barely uses like Serenity or like his Flash Heal or Heal. Like he doesn't use any of it.
Okay,
He
that's like
always
I don't
uses.
understand.
He always bloody uses Renew. I just don't really understand.
Yeah, but like Flash Heal, like Holy Word Serenity, Holy Word Sanctified, they are prime healing
Yeah, they're
abilities.
like staple heals for Holy Priest, pretty much.
Well, they're literally like your most important heals out there.
Yeah, and he doesn't use them. He uses Halo. What the fuck?
Discipline is like power word shield and power words sanctify. No power words. The AOE thing that spreads radiance.
Yeah.
I don't play it much, and I still know this shit.
Yeah, but he's so stubborn. He keeps using it. He thinks he's like, and he keeps bragging about, oh, 18s are really easy and all this lot. But I'm thinking, well, you probably get carried, but the groups are probably good.
Must have been 100% must have been.
Yeah, that's probably why. Because when we did keys with him on his Holy Priest, like, sometimes it's a fucking struggle. Like, he's not healing.
When I did keys with him, I just got fucked straightforward. So anyway, chills. You did it with me and him, so we were like, "What the fuck? Seriously?"
Like, circumstances where, like, he probably could be using heal slash heal 100% and he could have kept the group alive by doing so. He's not doing it. He's just fucking using Halo or, like, circle healing or some stupid shit.
Well, I can tell you, like me and JC did like multiple keys with him, right? And like we were like trying to use as much. Like I was staying alive, and like JC was DPSing. This was used like acceleration, like total, and all that crap.
Yeah.
But JC was still dying because he just did not get sufficient healing.
Mhm.
Like, dude, I don't know what to tell you.
But then it's kind of funny because like I've seen him like on his Holy Priest, he does moan a lot about people and groups not interrupting. Like on the kind of reasonable keys, like keys that it's kind of healable damage if people don't interrupt.
Mm-hmm.
It's still healable. It's horrible sometimes, but it's still healable. Like it's not like one shot, yeah. But he still moans about it, and I'm thinking, well, probably because you're not so good. Ah, oh well. It's because you keep using Renew and stupid dumb shit. Like, stop doing it.
What is he like 2200 on his healer life right now? 22, 23?
Yeah, he's probably the same as me, but he keeps bragging like he's miles better than me because he's doing 18s. But
Yeah, you know what the thing is? Don't listen to those people. And this is very, very easy. Yet again, I can tell you this right now. If you want me to, I can literally show you, why. I'm gonna, if you really want me to, right? I'm gonna play my Druid healer for 2 to 4 weeks. And my Druid healer is gonna be 2500 easily. I'm gonna do this.
all right, so you're gonna
Well,
make out you're better healer than me as well.
it's not easily, but I'm gonna get 2500 in 4 to 6 weeks.
You need to be a holy priest and do it because druids are like meta.
Yeah, okay, but then I have to level up a holy priest, but that's gonna take more like 8 weeks then. Just to prove a point, I can do this in 8 weeks. Just to prove a point, right? Uh,
I think it's just had very good groups. If that's the way he heals in pugs, then 100%.
yeah, but why don't I have much more data? I was going over 2K on any of my characters. This is purely because I don't want this. I can do it, but I don't want it because I want to relax. If you look at my characters in Shadowlands, for instance, in season 3, 3K, 3 point of like 2.8, 2.9, multiple characters are being very high end to 3K.
Bro, man. Um, 15 hops. Plus 15. It was a 16, but my mouse started fucking up, so I did have to reset the game. But yeah, this week this dungeon is fucked up.
pack is obviously gonna show in the damage meters or lower amount of damage.
Yeah.
That's for me, like if I have like a balance druid in my group and I'm tanking, I always pull an extra pack. If it's possible, obviously. But generally I pull an extra pack. Because that's where the balance druid shines. We went from, let's say, a 40k average to like even a 50 this day, they should be fine. Hopefully. I hope.
Yeah, I hope he's be fine as well. Aww.
4, 3.
Yeah, it was my niece's birthday the other day, and we haven't got her presents yet to her.
Oh.
But I think my dad wants to wait until he's a bit better, because the day, I think it's the day before, I think it was Thursday or Friday, is when she
I
brought him
never
to
thought
hospital
I
or
would
something.
meet anyone who could match Valazar's strength.
Yeah, he thought maybe it's best if we keep just not go over there. But I'm thinking, I want to see them.
Well, the final trial that awaits.
I want to see them, and I'll bombard her with a
Should
present.
you trust, I will carve your names in these sacred halls myself
Aww.
and grant you a reward worthy of your valor.
But yeah, maybe it's for the best. I don't know whether it's work. Like my dad said that he reckons that she's got a handful with the little ones, so he doesn't want them to like be a nuisance. I think that's what his reasoning is.
Well,
It's probably not nice seeing a baby be sick, is it? I guess.
yeah, that's never something you want to see.
My true power.
But apparently he's beaten down.
Mic on. Mic feedback on.
I obviously hope that the kids are gonna be okay. Like it's a tough thing.
Yeah, well, I've looked into it. Normally it can be caused by people having colds around him, and that they have had colds. And also, premature babies are more prone to it as well. And he's a day out of being full term, so. But he's not like really premature. You know what I mean? But he's a day out.
No fucking hunch. Like my niece and my nephew, they are like legitimately premature. Like I hold them in my hands, like in my hand palm.
Yeah. Oh
That's how
really?
I feel.
Jesus.
Yeah, they were like that fucking small.
Yeah. I mean, my nephew is small. He's like when he curls up, he's like a little football with a head. It's actually like kind of insane. He's small. He's definitely smaller than my niece was at that age. 100%.
Yeah, like when I hold them, like I had to put my hands in like this square box that they were laying in, because like even though my hand palm could like literally kill them, like the bacteria and everything on it.
Yeah.
Even if I wash my hands, I still could be able to kill them. So I had to put my hand in that. And believe me, like they're the most motherfucking annoying motherfuckers out there. I really want to kill them sometimes. That they're like 14 years old at this point. kill the person, you're fine.
Mhm.
But if you like do one single mistake about the child, like you're gonna be fucked up about the child, like you're gonna be fucked up for the rest of your life.
Mm.
It's much more heavier because it's much more heavily regulated. And it's in
Yeah.
almost every country. So believe me, a hospital person really takes care of children better than adults.
Yeah.
So if he stands home, he should mathematically be fine.
Aww. He's had a bit of a rough start, I guess. Like, he's I tell you, his feet were actually a bit inwards, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Apparently they can fix that with exercises, which is so it's not that bad. And he's got a bit of a squint. She's like he's gonna have a lot of health issues. I hope not, but he seems to be leaning that way a little bit.
To this day, like they have like a shitload amount of things they can do.
Yeah. Because he also had a crusty eye as well the other week. Aww. I don't remember my niece being that bad though.
Those kids are much more durable than you think.
Oh my god, I need to call my niece Jaws when she's older because she
Sure.
because she managed to get I think blood got into breastfeeding and then she started vomiting blood. I was like, she needs to be called Jaws when she's older.
Mm-hmm.
Like nipping my sister's nipples too hard.
Your sister's never so good.
Yeah. Aww.
Okay.
Do you know what's weird though? Some people look at like some people don't think that women should breastfeed in public. You know, you get some people like that, don't they? But I don't see a problem as long as they cover themselves. If they're not exposing themselves, what's the problem? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine, but like, I don't want to fucking see a tit out there, like,
Oh
point
yeah.
blank, you know?
Yeah. If the child needs feeding, the child needs feeding, and if they're breastfed, that's the best option, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, for me, like,
that's the reason
kids
why
need
my
to,
sister
like,
does it. That's the reason why my sister does it, because it's better than formula milk. So.
well, there is a reason.
And it's cheaper.
No, but there is a reason why women produce milk.
Aww. Yeah,
No, seriously, like, seriously,
it's
like,
better.
there
It's
is a
better for
reason.
it's better for the immunity as well. The system, the health.
What do you mean, like the fake shit that you feed to children, or like the pure shit that comes from them?
Yeah, breastfeeding is better.
Oh, just
It's
100%.
healthier. It's healthier if you can do it. Some women can't do it, so
If you can do it, like, yeah, you know, it is what it is. It's unfortunate,
yeah.
but how?
But saying
So,
none of us were breastfed. My mum couldn't breastfeed with us, so.
yeah, okay. Yet again, it is what it is. You know, like she cannot do anything about this.
No. So we had formula
But
milk.
no, the best fucking shit out there is what Mother Nature gives us. So if you're a female and you have a child and you can, you know, breastfeed her, you should do it, in my opinion.
Yeah. No, but that's if it depends if they want to do it as well. But like,
Fuck off.
it is generally better for the child, generally speaking.
If they want to do it, if you can do it, just fucking do it. Don't be a fucking bitch. Sorry to say, I'm very happy with it. I'm very happy with it.
I think women are able to make the choices though, aren't they? So.
No, you should not make a choice against nature. perspective upon this. Like women are literally like DNA, like hundreds of thousands of years built. I'm still a man, but I don't give. If I was a female and I have a child, like fucking hang on by my tits, right? It's apparently it's built for this, so it should be like this. If you cannot do it for any circumstances, then I 100% agree
Yeah, you can't
and
force
respect it.
breastfeeding. You either can do it or you can't, really.
Yeah, but if you say like, oh yeah, but like it hurts a little bit when they nibble, shut the fuck up. Don't be a fucking pussy.
That's actually funny you say that. Like, men,
You
men have
basically,
men have lower tolerance for pain.
actually no.
Scientifically, yeah, because women have to give birth. Like that's why they have a higher a
Why
higher
do
tolerance
men
for
always
pain.
say about the giving birth? Why?
They do scientifically.
No, no,
No,
no, no.
naturally they have to because they're the one giving birth.
Katie, Katie.
It's not a competition though. To be fair,
Yeah, but
Then why you bringing it on then?
no, I'm just saying. It's
Yeah, but why every single woman they always bring this shit up? Yeah, yeah, women is more because they have to give birth. Yeah, okay, fine.
giving birth is like only, you only have to endure the pain for like 3 months or something like that. And men, we're just talking about like baseline, right? Let's not talk about like specific things and specific occasions. Baseline, right? Man has to work 50 years, breaking their backs, breaking their bones and their bodies in their system, in order to fucking get the money to fucking feed a child and a female. If you put it that way.
so you don't think women find it hard to bring up a child? Do you think that's easy?
The energy
I think
output.
yeah, I think you're a bit deluded. But there you go.
Okay. How much energy do you think you have to consume in order to bring up a child in order to 50 years of working in construction?
No, but he's just a woman gives birth.
No, 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 no,
Yeah,
no.
you see, yeah.
This is the thing that pisses me off. If
I think it's both hard. I don't know what you're
no,
on about.
if a
Like
husband,
living.
literally, it's literally mathematics. This is 100% mathematics. So if you lift over hundreds of thousands of kilograms a day compared to a child, I do not I do not say this is difficult. This is not what I'm declining, right?
It is.
But
It's still
please,
work. You think it's easy to do that? That's
yes,
actually
compared
funny.
compared to humans, for males, if they work in constructions and they lift hundreds of pounds
That kind of shows me
of
that
kilograms.
you're not going to respect the work that women are going to put into doing.
Tremesio Fran, gracias por seguirme. Thank you for following me, man. Tremesio
This is
Fran.
exactly the thing that I do not want to talk to you about.
Thank you, bro. Thank you.
Yeah.
You are awesome.
Katie, please do a job where you have to lift over 2,000 kilograms a day, 5 days a week.
Not all guys do manual jobs, right? It depends.
Oh, they just scratch their balls in the office. I know.
Just do it. Just do it and see how much of
They
amount of.
could be an accountant. They could do people. They have all kinds of jobs. Like
They can be at home, being in a computer, not doing many things, just sitting down in a chair, breaking his brain. Because even sitting down in a chair and in front of a computer, you're actually not doing a physical job, but a mentally job. Yes.
it could be mentally stressful. Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But like as I say, like life is not easy for anyone. Like even if you're a mother, it's not like an easy way out.
For no one is easy.
Come on, like, guys, seriously. Generally talking, men are doing the most heavy lifting work, kilograms. If you compare this between men and females, men are 100% in a higher degree, yeah, that they are doing much more heavy lifting. They don't want to come home and lift a child when their arms are super fucked up and sore because they lift hundreds of kilograms of bricks and whatever cement thousands of years. If you wanna disagree with me about thousands of years, then please, I don't know, have a look at history. Sorry to say, but I cannot argue. Still, it's hard to bring up
But
a child.
how is a woman going to put up with you disrespecting you? Like,
tell us
you
a
thinking
tale.
that motherhood is easy.
I'll
You're going to
pass
say to
you
her,
a
oh, but I work my
story.
arse off.
Really,
You're looking after a
you
child.
don't listen.
Like, you're not
You
working.
don't listen to me.
Caspex, watch over you.
That's what it feels like you're saying, though.
Okay, let me put this question out there. Is there a difference between physical and mentally difference of energy output of your system, of your body, right? So you use meat, right? You use meat to consume food in order to get your system running. You use sugar, you use like vegetables and everything, to make your system work, right? That's how it normally works.
Yeah, it's still, it's just saying, it's still mentally stressful bringing up a child. Like, you have to be
Yeah.
constantly on watch on them. You are running after them a lot.
But do you agree that men used much more physical? No, not what we're doing right now, 2023, right?
Like, if men are so bitter about it, then just don't get with someone then. Like, you'll just
Oh
get
But
wow.
then that really means that like you're not born, me are not born, Jace is not born. Like the World of Warcraft does not exist. Everybody will be dead by right now.
true.
That's the sort of thing.
Yeah, but like, not everyone has to do traditional roles. Like,
What I'm just saying is over the hundreds of thousands of years that humankind lived, men have been built upon building. Females have been built upon raising children and stuff like that, which is super amazing. Which is amazing, in my opinion.
yeah,
However, you still cannot deny DNA. You have DNA with females, they are like bodybuilders, they are super strong, but they have.
there's probably less women in manual labour jobs, as you say. There probably
Mhm.
is, but they do exist. But like, there's few in number.
Do you actually know, like, there is like many male versions that are declined in female barbershops because they are not female? That sounds very bad, but
What's
it is
that? Let's
happening.
say that again.
There is males, like straight males, right?
Yeah.
That are declined in barbershops, like female barbershops, because they are male.
Well, yeah, maybe so. I don't know actually. No, I know a
Yes,
hairdresser.
yes, it happens.
I know a hairdresser actually.
Why can't I apply for a job in a female lingerie store as a salesperson? Because normally it's a job for the females. But
Because
why can't why?
it looks pervy. That's why.
Oh wow. It looks. Oh.
Lingerie shop, like
Yeah, but
what?
Katie, you see what I mean, right? It's not equal. But why is it not equal for a female to work in a construction site? Because she's not bulky. You can say the same thing. Why can a male version not work in a bikini store? Because it seems, you know, creepy. But why can a woman not work in a construction site because she's not physically?
Well, some women will actually. They're strong enough for the job, so to be honest,
Yes.
it's,
So,
it's that
yeah. Yeah. Some woman. Yeah. Sure.
Would not work in a lingerie store then?
well, who's saying that? I want to know where the evidence of that is, but it
No,
does
no,
seem a
no,
bit
no, no,
pervy.
no, 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 no. You you specifically said
That looks weird.
women can work in construction. Why can a guy not work in a lingerie store then?
Because it's creepy.
There you go. And then there is your scientific proof. You actually say it.
Let me talk. Jesus Christ, fucking
Yeah,
hell.
but give me an answer to this question. Why is it creepy? If he wants to sell that shit because he feel much more female to that part,
What he
if
wants
a
to.
female feel much more male about working in construction,
But being in construction isn't the same thing, though, is it? It's not sex fucking related themed.
if I no,
Fucking related themed.
if I no, I'm a dude, right? If I want to go sell bikinis or like no bras, works and everything and the calculations. I think it's interesting. Why am I? Am I creepy for doing this? But suddenly I'm creepy.
It sounds creepy, yeah. That's not the same as a building site, is it? It's completely different.
Why is it not? Why is
What,
this so?
that's not sex themed though, is it? Building
No,
site.
but why? No, I'm talking about like measurements and numbers. This is not measurements and numbers is creepy at all because we literally using this on like building
I think
sites.
you probably find there might be some men that do actually work in those kind of places. You do know that. They probably do.
The ones that are feminine.
Well, yeah, like there's overlays and everything. There's fucking men that are nurses, for example.
And the
Even
what?
though it might be overwhelmingly like females that are in that industry, but like there are men that are in that industry as well. It's the same with women in men's industries, like construction work. There's women that do that as well, but they're just fewer in number.
I think it's funny.
I'm pretty sure you will find someone out in the world. I'm pretty sure you will find someone out in the world somewhere. There's a guy that probably works in a women's linen store somewhere. There probably is somewhere.
Okay, let's take you for instance. You go to
The world is vast.
but if you go to an industry store and there's like a dude, like a proper male body entire, and he's the only person in the shop. Do you still go in and listen to him talking about like what bra size you need? Or do you rather go home, go back the next day, and talk to a female?
Do you know what? I wouldn't really care, to be honest. If he knows his shit, then he knows his shit. It wouldn't bother me, like, as long as he knows his shit. But I don't know about stripping in front of, like, taking my bra off in front of him. I don't know.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like it's weird. Like why would you do this to a female but not to a male?
Well, if men could control themselves a bit more. Oh, there we go. That hurts, doesn't it? No,
Well, it doesn't
joking.
hurt. It just reaffirms the fact that it's
Say men cannot control it.
Men can't stop thinking with their dicks. Joking.
this motherfucker is just literally working on this store to do something to
I'm
help out.
joking. No, I'm joking.
And then
I'm
you go to
joking.
a construction site, and then it's like, oh no, females should be able to work here. Yes, 100% true.
No, but that is completely different. You got to admit that a linen store it's got a more sexual context there. Like, and it could be
Sexual context is on put by other people.
how's a building site any sexual in any way, shape and form, really?
You want me to tell you how?
Why is a lady? No, no, no.
You mean a typical builder that likes like
Okay, I'm gonna tell you just one little. I'm gonna tell you one little thing, right? You know that building sites are not actually supposed to have like a woman's side and a men's side. So there is only one changing room. So a woman is gonna be very sexually harassed in there if is harassed. It will never be. No, I'm just saying it will never be because they're gonna treat that lady like a mate. That's the thing. But you just say that a man cannot work in like a beauty shop or whatever the heck or a massage shop because you are not gonna strip to him. You're not gonna strip to him because the sexual thing. So the thing is that women think this way, but men not.
we're protective of ourselves. Why wouldn't we be?
Protected from what?
Well, there's men out there that rape. They're not very nice people.
If they're working in a shop like this, I don't think they're creep. Do you understand that?
But you do know that there's a lot of men. Well, there's not a lot of men, but women are more like they're definitely like more likely to get raped than men. 100%.
KD, this is exactly what I was talking about, and this is why
But
I agree with that.
that's not to say that all men are rapists, but like you have to
Yeah,
be
but
honest.
do you understand what?
Say that all men are
to the pub. I have to be very careful what I say and what I do. Because anything I do, female can put me into arrest and can put me in jail. Just telling her, just to talk to her like, hey, I think you're an amazing woman, like, how are you doing? If she does not like this,
You
she
do
calls
know
the
a lot.
police officer and I'm being arrested.
You
This
do
is
know.
literally what's happening.
You do know that men that it's very hard to actually catch a rapist, like, and actually convict them. Like a lot of people, women that get raped, a lot of women that get raped and scot free.
This information, where did you got it from?
There's not enough evidence to convict a lot of rapists. So yeah,
You can literally go to a pub in the weekend right now. You can watch any sort of man. You can ask for his name and his last name. You can go. You can go
but
to a judge.
it's very hard to convict someone though.
You can God leave you. It's super ridiculous.
No,
In England.
it's very hard to be
You
convicted
you
rapists. A lot of
think
them walk
it's not
scot
happening,
free.
but it is happening.
There's a lot that's got walk scot free.
Please, why are we?
Katie, do you want me to just? I'm gonna just say this. I don't supposed to, but there was a friend of mine. He got into prison for 5 years. 5 years. He was in the discotheque. He was dancing. He was drunk. And one of those ladies that he was dancing with accused him of raping her. Or actually trying to rape her.
What country?
In this country. In this country. So he got deported. His paper got taken out. He spent 5 of his years in prison. And you know for what he was actually put on prison? Because when they went outside, yeah, I'm gonna tell you what was the evidence. When they went out from the pub, there was a camera, and he was just laying his hand in the wall, doing basically what a man does, trying to like talk to a woman. Either way, she was drunk, he was drunk, and they were talking. Kind of, let's put it this way. But she said that he was trying to rape her. They believe him.
You don't know their perspective. You just listening to
They believe in him. No, I didn't listen to him. I'm just saying what the news say. It's not about him. I didn't spoke with him. I just knew because of another friend. I didn't even knew at the beginning. I get to know because I saw the news.
hard to make a judgment on that until you know the full story, like the two sides.
Yeah, do you wanna know how they accuse him? It was one little bit of his saliva in that woman's scarf or something like that, and accuse him for that. So basically, there was no any other thing
How do you know he wasn't forcing herself on her though?
because there was a camera in front of them. I just say it, but you don't listen.
But that doesn't specify anything. I don't know. I don't know the full story. How can I make a judgment on that? I don't know.
Yeah, because women never does judgment, and they never understand. They just understand that oh, I was gonna get ripped, and that's it. That's what you listen.
No, you just believe your friend, which is fair enough. But like,
I believe what I saw in the cameras.
you can't. Well, that doesn't say anything. I don't know. The camera. I don't know. It depends if it's consented or not. Like you can. You don't. You might. It might not
So
be
you go into a pub, you go outside, you are talking to a woman, consented or not consented. What do you have to consent when you are in a pub? Excuse me? You're drunk, he's drunk. What do you have to consent? You both are fucking pissed or wasted. What do you have to consent? You are not in your 5 cents.
I don't even know the full story. How am I supposed to make a judgment on this?
I'm not asking you to make a judgment. I'm just telling you something that happens. That what just Chill was saying to you. Literally, a woman can just say, like literally for me, I work in a restaurant pub basically. I, I'm going out from my job, but one of those women is pissed drunk in there, and I'm trying to help her to sit down somewhere. One of those women is pissed drunk in there, and I'm trying to help her to sit down somewhere, so she doesn't, and I'm gonna get arrested. Exactly. There you go. That's the point I was wanted to reach. Now that's why men are restricting themselves and they are not believing in women anymore, because women are fucking us. Yes. Straight up doing what? Come on. A man try to be a man, helpful. If I see you in a bad situation or something, I'm restraining myself to help you because I don't know what you're gonna do. I don't know if you are just recording a video in your phone somewhere and then you're gonna accuse me. They were not complaints. They were just the talk that you were having. That was all. But still, as woman, you just went from the other side.
If I can say something, like to be honest, like it's a very bad spot that we are bringing in as men and females at the moment right now. Because females,
Says that we hate the opposite sex. Who says that? What the heck? Oh my god. Say that we hate the opposite side, Katie. You just are you hearing yourself actually, Katie? Are you just hearing yourself? Exactly. No, you're not hearing yourself. What the heck?
may I speak, Katie? You know what the thing is right now at the moment. Actually, the real life stuff that is at the moment right now. Men are super afraid. They're super afraid that if they do anything, that females are going to prosecute them in cases. And this can be valid or invalid for many other reasons. But even for me, like if I go out, I have to be very, very careful. No, but let's say I have like a couple of drinks and a girl has like a couple of drinks. I can just kiss her and then like after that it's like she can be like, oh, I don't like this guy, and then I try to advance to her again, and then she pulls me back, and I can even walk away from it, right? Like I normally do. But then even she can go like, oh, he tried to try to advance to me. It's like yeah, but like, I think like the problem that this is like you give females power, which I think is very amazing and is good, but they don't know how to. I'm 26 years old, right? And I really want to procreate my life, and I want to have a female. So I go to a pub. I have a couple of drinks, and I see a nice female. I start dancing with her. Everything is fine. I start kissing with her. Everything is fine. But she doesn't want to, go further, right?
Mhm.
So then after I'm gonna try to take her home, and obviously as a man, you know how men are. They're gonna say, "I just got me
They
all
should
that."
take no as an answer. If she's saying no, then respect that answer.
Yes, generally, right? But then she says like three times no, and you give her a kiss, and then you go home, and you be like, "Oh fuck that shit." No bait tonight. Go to sleep. But then suddenly in the morning you get like a police officer coming to your door, like, "Oh, he's trying to rape her, blah blah." Blah. This literally happens. This is literally happening.
I don't think it happens that often. I don't know.
Well, but it literally happens. It is actually happening. What am I supposed to do?
But as I said, I think you're talking
It's,
about a small proportion of women, maybe.
yeah, but even a small proportion is very scary for men to even pursue.
Come see me again.
Well, you have to look at your own behaviour as well. Are you being pushy?
Well, in the Netherlands we had a carnival like 1 or 2 weeks ago, right? And I had some girls from Utrecht carnival. They were studying in Amsterdam, and they were around me, and they fancied me. But I was not 100% sure, like if they were friendly plus, so I just backed off. Uh, I could pursue it, but if I pursue it, then I would also be in a very difficult situation. Even when I'm drunk, everybody's stressed out, everybody's like fucked from drugs, like from drinks, right?
Mhm.
So it's a very delicate situation, and this is the thing where we're in right now. Uh, Everything is so delicate. Not just you know uh, going out and stuff like that, but everything is so incredibly delicate.
But that's quite funny, because you're saying all women are going to accuse men of rape if they try it on.
No,
That's not the case.
Of
That's not
them.
the case at all.
no,
I,
no.
I
That,
say
that,
I think you're talking about a very very small portion of people, and no matter what gender you are, you're going to come across some scummy people.
that's what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that the percentage of females trying to say that stuff is much higher than it used to be. Uh, in some
Yeah,
degree,
but for good reason. For good reason, because some men get away with absolute bullshit, like like with like rape and stuff like that, and women weren't able to speak out. But now it's more like they're more able to. You get what I mean?
yeah. But the thing is, and that's why a lot of men are afraid of. The rate of it is progressively much more higher, where it is favorable to the bad women.
I don't
That makes
think.
a good women bad.
I really don't think a lot of women would falsely accuse men. To be honest, I don't think a lot of women would go to
Oh,
the police falsely accusing.
you are surprised. I think you are really surprised.
I don't think it's as big as you think.
Katie, do you go out every fucking weekend and see the females out there? I'm not doing it, obviously, but I have been there where I have to be very. Last carnival, I have to be very careful which woman to approach.
Oh, what, the one that you can like manipulate more?
Wow.
It's not good, is it?
No, not even that. Like I have to be very.
Manipulate. What the fuck? That was fucked up.
I don't know. Like, just
But I'm just trying to say.
I think some guys need to look at their own behaviour because sometimes they're too pushy. That's what it is, isn't it? But like, as I said before, there's scummy people, no matter what gender, and some women probably would report you, falsely accuse you of rape or whatever.
Against you. It's better to be a fucking dickhead towards females at this moment to land yourself a wife
They have to make it.
I can literally tell you right now, it's better for a man to be a dickhead and to get a woman drunk, yeah, than to be a gentleman and ask her on a date than to be a gentleman and ask her on a date on a nice dinner. It's better to be a fucking dickhead at the moment right now. This is what I noticed across friends, across me, that I disagree with. But this is literally what's happening.
Mm, it wouldn't last very long if you're a total knobhead. It won't last.
The relationship is shitty.
Yeah, it'll go to shit.
Yeah, but why are every fucking female out there declining me, but go for a friend of mine, which is a complete dickhead? Yeah?
But does it last? Not really.
No, it doesn't last. But why do they go for me when I'm a gentleman? Asking, would you like to go, go on a dinner with me? No, no,
It's probably because you're trying too hard. That's the thing. Like there is a difference. I feel like if you're not,
no. Literally, I just asked them, would you like to go? I find,
you
I
should do
like.
it in a way of like you don't have any attachment to it. I think that works. If you get what I mean, like
Usually, what you just say, a dickhead. Say to her like, "Let's go out, have a drink, and let's see what happens."
not a dickhead. You know what I mean?
That's being a dickhead, Katie. A dickhead in a
You know what I mean?
That's being a dickhead, Katie. A dickhead, in another word, is just saying this. Let's go out, have a drink, and let's see what happens after that. That's being a dickhead, not a gentleman. A gentleman will say to you, "Can can I escort you? Can I have a dinner with you? I maybe get to know you." Then you are a gentleman, right? But because of that, most of the women will tell you to no and will tell you to fuck off because you are being gentleman. But then when you're a dickhead,
But it's funny though. Like you think that being a gentleman means you're entitled to being with someone. Like it doesn't mean anything. Like
being a gentleman doesn't entitle you to try to find your woman
no, but
or a wife.
the women might not be attracted to you. Like you can try. Like you might be attracted to them, but it
Yeah,
doesn't
but
mean
then exactly that's what Cheers is telling you.
Fucking idiot. And when I told you, this one I say, Katie, right? Listen to me, right? So you have two choices, right? You have
But
choice
being
being a bad guy.
being a nice guy, a gentleman, is nothing to do with them not finding you sexually attractive. They just might not find you your type.
No, but
Just not
Katie,
not their type.
listen,
So
listen, please listen to
yeah,
me. Yeah, you have two choices. You have choose being a dickhead and you have choose being a gentleman, right? Chills goes to a pub, like he's getting drunk, you know. He sees a nice female, He's like, oh, you wanna have a drink. Yeah, sure. He's gonna get her drunk. He comes home, fucks her, Next morning, go fucking home, right? Or you have chills being a gentleman. Well, would you like to have a drink? Give her a drink, right? Maybe she comes to my place, or maybe we exchange phone numbers. The best thing is she comes to my place and we're just going to sleep.
I don't know. Some
The next morning, I ask her, hey, I really, enjoy your presence. I think you're a nice female. Would you care for a date to have dinner with me? Just being a gentleman. You're not fucking her.
I think you can get away with that behaviour when you're going for younger women because they don't have the experience. But over time, I
And
think
then you're gonna be a how is it called? Then you're gonna be a pedophile. Then you're gonna be a pedophile. Fuck me, man. Oh, jeez.
you do learn that don't go for the bad boys. Honestly,
Yeah, but
it's a waste of time.
that's exactly the problem, Katie. Exactly the problem over time. But do you think
But
our men?
we don't settle for bad boys, generally speaking. If we respect ourselves, we don't go for that.
Yeah, but then you're wrong. Like you respect yourself, but a lot of females don't do that, right? So we have to settle for the women that already fucked a shitload of men
What's
just
wrong
beautiful women that fuck like 10, 15 fucking men, and
Well,
then we
men,
should
men,
settle
no,
for that.
men can't
Maybe
do that.
maybe
Men can do
females
that,
should
but
have
women
much more
can't.
respect.
What fucking bullshit, man?
No, I think females should have much more respect for that fucking shit.
No, I think women can do what the fuck they want. They can sleep with whoever they want. I
Oh
think
yeah, they can sleep with like 20, 30,
it's
fucking
up to
50
them.
men,
It's personal choice
and then
what they
settle.
do with their body.
Nah,
It's
that
them.
is fucking bullshit.
Do you want me to tell you one thing, Katie? Yes, women can fuck up with 1 million men, but then they don't have the chance to ask for a proper man. Like a man that is respectful, a gentleman that works, that is a family orientated guy. They cannot ask for that because of what you just say. They can do whatever the fuck they want.
You want a cage? You want women in a cage? Then I get it.
That's not a woman in a cage, Katie. I just say to you, you, if you are a woman, you can fuck with 1 million guys if you want. It doesn't matter for me. But then, don't ask for a man that is a gentleman, orientated family, responsible, that works and everything. Don't ask for that.
This is double standards, right? So a man should like not sleep around then if you want a woman that doesn't want to sleep around. Yep.
If you wanna
Like
fucking marry a bitch,
you need to stop sleeping around if you want a woman that doesn't sleep around.
listen. If you wanna fucking marry a bitch that sleep with like 20, 30 men, yeah, just don't expect to marry a gentleman that sleep with only two women in his life.
That's what I'm trying to say.
But the other way around, don't be a fucking fuckboy
Well,
and
I
sleep
think
with
it's
like
like
20 girls and expect a woman to sit by your side only slept with two men. Shut
Exactly.
the fuck up. Like, that doesn't work
the
like that.
double standards is just fucking dumb shit, to be honest. And I think
Yeah,
it's
but
irrelevant.
the problem what's happening right now, and this is because of social media, and this is why I'm so heavily, angry about this. It's like, we are females, we can do whatever the fuck we want. Yes, you can do this. But that does not mean that me as a gentleman that sleep with like 3, 4, 5 females, and you can sleep around with whatever the fuck you want, that I should agree with this.
Well, no,
Yeah, but
when you're exclusive, obviously you shouldn't be sleeping around with other people, unless it's an open relationship and you both
yeah,
agree
but
on
then
it.
yet again, when I go out to a club, I have to be very careful. I have to be so careful because the other way around, like she's like, oh, I don't like you. Why the fuck you sleep with me then? And then she goes around and she's gone. And this is literally what's happening. It's super sad. It's fucked up. It's something that you probably don't understand, but it's literally happening.
But most guys that go to a pub, like in the intention of getting laid, whatever, it's just getting laid.
There,
Generally
there
speaking,
is,
they're
there
not
is,
looking for a relationship as such.
there is two guys that goes to a pub. They either to get laid or they are to get a female.
And the women that are going for, they are going there. What are they going for?
I think guys tend to like. Don't get me. I don't. I might be wrong with this, but I get this impression. I feel like they have a more casual approach to relationships, but like later on they get a bit more serious. It seems to be, and women are the other way around. They get more serious quicker.
To be honest, I think you would, I think you would disagree.
Generally
There's a lot
speaking,
of guys out there
that's
that
only
think
generally
this one is
speaking.
bit.
That's generally speaking, though.
Katie, this is something you probably don't understand about men. Men care a lot about their mothers, right? When they grow up, when they get older, they want to have a housewife. This is nothing to do with housewife. They just want a mother to take care of them, right? So they go live on their own. And this is something that is being implemented in a man in DNA, right? They want a housewife to take care of them. Because men are extremely fucking weak. They are super strong, but they are very weak when they don't have a female presence in there, within their group.
There is some truth. Like you know, statistically, married men are happier than unmarried men, right? But it's the other way round for women. Like married women are less content than single women.
Why is that?
Women are stronger. Women are stronger than men. Women are much
Probably
more
because they're
independent.
forced in. Probably because they're forced into being a housewife, like or like into those sort of roles, and
force them.
It's not always happiness.
Women are stronger than men because women are tend to be like this. Men are very strong when they have like amazing woman behind their backs. You know, if we work 8 hours a day, 9 hours, 10 hours a day, breaking our backs, like fucking ourselves up. When we come home and we see nice food on the plate, you know, a clean house and everything, we are so appreciative. We are so happy. Does not count for every single man out there. But the real proper fucking gentleman, they
Yeah,
literally
they
they,
shouldn't.
they
Yeah,
the
it
real
shouldn't.
gentlemen, do you know they actually cry during the night because they are so happy that their wives are providing them food, providing them healthcare, providing them every single day, waking up. They are literally waking up in the morning when the wife is asleep, and they look at their wife and they're like, "Fuck." They're literally crying because they see their wife. This is why I wake up. This is why I'm pushing myself. I don't want her to do anything. I just want her to feel pretty, to feel a princess, to feel a queen. Please stay at home. Let me break my body upon anything that is in my bed. I just want to take care of you. This is why we wake up. This is why the real gentlemen wake up early in the morning and go to work and get the money out there. Not to be like, oh, we bring in the money. No, we don't want this. We want you to stay at home to take care of the children and to feel a happy life and not be so fucked up from work and break yourself every single fucking day. We want to do this for you. We love to do this for you because this is the most important thing that we think that we can do as a man for the females. That's a sense of pride. That we understand, we agree that you females can do so amazing things. You are so smart in calculations and in every field that we do. You females can also do this. But for a gentleman, we don't want you to do this because we want to take care of you. Is that so bad? When you take care of the children as a mother, we want to take care of you. At the
But I don't think
same kind of
I don't think women should be forced into that role. And if you get what I mean, it depends if it's consensual. Like I think that's probably why a lot of married women are less happy than single women because they're kind of trapped into that life,
yeah. I think
and they
if
don't
you look at
and they don't want that life. And
if you look at like the real happy married women,
they
you know,
have
the real
respect.
happy married women
They have
with
a
the proper
respect.
fucking husband.
They have a husband that actually respects the fact the stuff they do at home for the
Yeah,
children.
and what do they say? I love to cook fucking dinner for my husband. I love to take care of them because he goes out there every single day, you know, doing the hard work to bring in the money. So at least what I can do. So when he comes home, at least he has dinner. Because the rest of the day, what I'm doing, not really that much harder for work than he does. And this is not about like,
That's where the disrespect comes in. Oh, you're not doing as much hard work as me.
okay, so I work in constructions.
It's not a
So I
competition.
bring
It's not a
no no no
competition.
no no
It's
no
never
this
be a competition. That.
no
You have to say that does not respect them.
no you guys have to understand
It
the
becomes
X amount
disrespect
of
when it becomes
energy
a
output.
competition. When it becomes a competition like that, then it's disrespect in a way.
The only
Because you're saying that, oh, I'm working harder than you. You're at home just doing housework.
if I put X amount of energy outside of my body, then yes, I want her to fucking cook dinner for me. If she puts X amount of energy outside her body, you know, for X amount of work and paycheck, then yes, I would do the exact same thing for her. If she's not doing it, then she has to respect my needs. I cannot go to my work without having a proper fucking meal because that literally puts me on the ground. If she works her ass off, I cook her fucking dinner because she needs the assumption of food consumption in order to do her job. Every single human being out there in the world needs an X amount of consumption of
You make it
food.
sound like you want a slave.
difficult
So
days.
I think when you get with somebody,
Sometimes I make myself dinner. Sometimes I don't.
it's not about what they provide you in that sense. It's about whether you get on with them. Are they adding something to your life? Like, you know what I mean?
Okay,
Like,
Katie, one question because uh, I'm
yeah.
very confused. I'm very confused right now, and I would like to understand the brain a little bit. The brain of a woman. You just say respect. What's respect for you? I mean, for a woman, what's respect?
Doesn't make it into a competition about like who's
Yeah, what's competition? That's what I'm saying. What's respect? What's the competition?
who's more hard, who's more hardworking. Like, oh, I work my ass off at work, but you at home, you're a bit of a lazy shit. Like, I think you should, like, you're cooking and all that, but you're not working as hard as me. That's when it becomes disrespectful. Like, you're just a maid. You get what I mean? When you make it into a competition, it becomes disrespectful.
Me, respectful would be like if I'm a rich man, and yes, and I have you at home, and you are doing fuck all, and I'm telling you that will be unrespectful. Yeah, because I'm telling you that. But hey, I have the money. I'm actually making you like that. I'm making you lazy because I'm not making you do that.
It's about being appreciative by both ends. You get what I mean?
All right. So what is appreciative? That's what I'm saying.
Like, appreciating, like, if you're talking about if you're talking about traditional roles, right? You
Traditional, modern, that for me they're the same. To be honest, they work the same way as always. They work the same way.
so you don't you is worth respect at all. Nothing.
Did I say that? There you go. You always change your meaning.
I wanted to do it, but like, yeah, but she's not working that hard. You get what I mean? Like, when it becomes a competition,
Why would I say that? Or why a man will say that? I mean, there is stupid guys, yes, for sure.
yeah, like, well, if they nitpick and stuff, like, over stupid things, like, and she's putting the effort in, I don't think that she
Okay.
should. But
But then if you have a woman that you should say that women do that, right? And you just want respect. But then if you have a woman that is not doing that, what you just say? So do you still have to be respectful? Because
so you want a man to
because
be
why you are calling respectful, then why woman doesn't have respect for a man?
to be honest, if she doesn't want if she doesn't want that lifestyle, then she shouldn't be with a man like that.
No, if she doesn't want a life like that, she shouldn't do what she's not doing. You know?
Women can be more than a housewife, so they have more options in life. Fuck's sake.
Katie, can you listen to me, please?
What?
Let's say you have 1,000 energy. So you have a female and a male, and they both have. It's Monday, right? They wake up and they both have 1,000 energy. The male version goes to a construction site to do his job, right? He's burning.
You're comparing. This is
No,
just.
no, 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 no. This is just numbers, right? He's burning 800 energy. The female stays at home and burns 500 energy. There's a 300 energy difference. For this female, in order to cook, it takes her
But
250
trust me,
energy.
you need to appreciate her, like, because she'll walk away, 100%.
Well,
If you don't,
that's what I'm not discussing, right? Because
yeah,
for
she'll
me,
walk away from
for
you.
me personally, I would like to.
Well, any
Oh my
person,
god.
no matter what gender, right, if they got any self worth, right, and you're not respecting what they do for you or whatever, like first vice, no matter what,
If I have a girlfriend,
if they got any self worth, they'd walk away because you want someone who's appreciative of what you're doing.
okay, let me put it this way then. If I have a girlfriend that works in the construction site, that we both have 100, we have a 1,000 energy for today, right? On a Monday, and she burns 8,000 energy. You have to see this as a game, right? Game. And I burn only 500 energy. That means she has 200 energy left. I have 500 energy left. For me to cook dinner and make sure the house is clean, that requires me 250%, 250 energy. That leaves me at 750 energy. So 250 left. For her it's only 200. But I cooked and cleaned already. I will do this. 100%. Every single fucking day. Because she needs the energy to do her job the next morning. But so goes around for the opposite sex. This is what is being equal. If the female doesn't work and stays at home, she needs to cook and clean for the male to do this. If the female works, then the male should do this. However, over
To
the
be fair,
scenario,
like in a household, someone generally does need to clean, cook, and everything because
come on,
otherwise,
kid, like, if you fucking wanna
otherwise the house would be a state, and everyone would be dead, probably starving.
come on, Katie, like, you're working, right? You're working, right?
Someone
If
has
you-
to do it, but like it's whatever setup works for you. Like it's such a personal thing. I really hate all these kind of stereotypical roles anyway.
Yeah, but if you both work, then you can just order dinner because you make sufficient amount of money to not give a fuck.
Yeah, but
It's a different story.
modern living doesn't. You do know that modern living doesn't cater to traditional roles that well anymore, right? Because like these days, like the bar to have a traditional setup is higher because if you want a man, there only one person to work. Let's say like the man's working, whatever. Then he has to be earning a lot, like a fucking lot, for the woman not to work. Do you know what I mean? And the bar keeps getting higher. So
Well, for me, for instance, like for me personally,
it's
I
not
want to have a
practical.
house.
It's not practical because you want to be like comfortable, don't you? You don't want to be living in poverty over it, particularly. But you know what I mean?
For me personally, I just want to have a housewife to take care of. You know, that's my pride. That's what I want.
Yeah.
If she does not want this, then she's not the person for me. If she wants this, then I'm happy to take care of her. And I want her to feel like a princess, and she can just stay at home and just at least clean the house in 1 hour, and which is very doable. You know, because I'm also taking care of myself when I come home, and just cook me dinner. That's all. Because she has to cook dinner
I
for
think you
herself.
should be appreciative if she cleans the house at all. Like, why does it matter if she does it in 1 hour or whatever? As long as she cleans it.
Yeah, but who says I'm not appreciative?
Yeah, that's where. Yeah.
You know, when I not eating because I work my ass off and I really don't have the energy anymore. Go to bed and maybe have a drink, have a smoke, whatever. To bed and maybe have a drink, have a smoke, whatever. Before going to bed, I see some dishes unclean, I just do it because I think it's important to not being a fucking bitch and being a pussy. So I just do it.
Yeah.
So I'm being a fucking bitch. When I talk about being a bitch, it's like being weak, being sloppy, being not energetic, stuff like that. Bitch is literally somebody that's not.
I can imagine though, if like, well, maybe I'm thinking of this in a more personal perspective, but I can imagine if all you did was housework for work to go in, for example, then I think that would be quite a miserable existence. I think you need more than that. Like, you need other hobbies or something to keep
But you know how many females out
to
there?
keep things more interesting, because it just seems really flat. Like, you wouldn't have much to say, would you? You're like, oh, what do you do, honey? Oh, I just clean the house. Like, for
You know how many
third day
females out
running.
there? You know how many females out there that just fucking love this shit? They just clean the house in like 1 or 2 hours. Like, you have to understand. Like, a man works 88 hours a day.
Probably,
She,
then you're probably going to moan that they're gold diggers.
no, listen, like they work 8 hours a day, right? They're getting like a significant amount of money.
Yeah, you can't moan about gold diggers if you want that lifestyle, by the way. Because
Yeah,
they're going to be relying on you.
and they're just sitting at home. They're just sitting at home, like at least they clean the home. And they make sure that the dinner's ready, and then they just go to the neighbors like, oh man, make some money. And I do my fucking shit. That's what they goes, and it's so scary.
It is kind of funny that men bitch about gold diggers, but then they want the traditional housewife. It is weird.
Well, these days, man,
It goes hand in hand because if you want a traditional housewife, then you need to support that lady.
well, generally,
They're gonna look at how much money you're gaining, 100%, and then they're gonna get accused of being a gold digger.
generally, men are much more scared these days. To be honest, seriously, men are much more scared because they are scared of repercussions and stuff like that. Even when they are being a gentleman, it's just scary.
I think, as I said this before, I fucking hate gender roles, but like,
It's fun, right? It's
yeah,
fun.
but like, I like to think a very small proportion of women will do that, like falsely accused, but generally sometimes. I think some men are probably very oblivious to how they're behaving. If they're being really pushy, they might want to self-reflect a bit there. You know what I mean? If they're being really pushy, they're not taking no for an answer. I don't know. I feel like men get more. Well, I think it's the same with people in general. I feel like when you let go of like like oh I must have someone and you put so much effort into it. I feel like if you put far too much effort into getting someone, you get nowhere. You know what I mean? Like you just reek of desperation, and that doesn't matter what gender you are. You just reek of desperation. Like I don't know.
Lately, what's happening, this is the fucked up part, right? Is men want women to have independence. They won't have a study, and they won't have them to spread their wings. That's what we want. But this is something you can probably argue about this, but this is literally happening where females spread their wings too much. That they try to overshadow men, and they say like, oh, like you can decide all every fucking thing. It's a single sentence that we say like, I want to go out with boys.
It used to be
No, you
men
can't do
though.
this.
You do realise that it used to be men back in the day as well.
And doing what?
Yes,
And women were not happy with that setup either. So I think there needs to be, like a sort of an in between, so to speak.
what do you want us to do? This is the thing. Like, what does females want us to do? We can be incredibly tickles and fuck whatever the fuck we want.
I think guys should stop looking into that and just live
cook and clean.
Do
So
you know what that worries me a bit? Because like I don't want like it's annoying actually. Well, I feel like men are more sort of visual creatures, aren't they? They're generally more visual. You can't really deny that. So,
if,
like, I don't want some guy that just sees me as a trophy wife, like, and then suddenly I lose my looks, or like, I'm gonna get older. I'm not gonna always be this youthful, if you get what I mean. I'm gonna look older. So, and then they decide they want someone younger, and they just walk away like it's nothing. That's not really a nice concept, is it? To think about.
every time a man goes to
I want a guy that wants more than just my looks. So I feel like I'm not gonna. I feel like I'm gonna make myself really old and then find a guy so that I know for definite he's not after me for just my looks. But I'm not saying that I'm a stunner or anything, but you know what I mean.
every time a man goes to his work, right, and he has a housewife. You know what he really says to his colleagues? It's not like, oh, I have this bitch at home. He says, I have my wife at home. I have an amazing house, which is nice and clean. I have an amazing food at home. I have a wife that loves me. That's what he's saying. He's not saying shit. He's not saying, oh, I have this bitch at home. He doesn't even dare to say this. Even in his colleagues, he can say whatever the fuck he wants.
Aww.
If you have a real husband, if I have, like, if, for instance, this woman from Germany, if I would able to land, you know, and let's say we make children, if I go to work, I would ensure every single day to my colleagues, I have an amazing wife. What do you have? She cooks, she cleans, she takes care of the children. She tries to have a interest. She tries to have a career. What does your wife do? Nothing? Oh, okay. That's sad. My wife is amazing because she's better.
I don't think it should be totally all about that anyway.
And then we come home.
You want to be so with someone. You say that, like, I don't know. It interests you as well. Like, it's not just all about what they can do for you. It's like what they
Guys,
like.
I have to
I don't know.
to
In,
sleep a
in,
little
in
bit.
practical terms, I mean, like it's other things as well.
Um,
What they can.
then you come home, right?
right, guys, I'm going to sleep. Latest,
Huh?
latest. I'm going to sleep. Okay, guys, so I'm gonna log off for now. I've been streaming since early in the morning. I came at 2 o'clock. It's already 7 o'clock, so I streamed for 5 hours or something more. I was falling asleep, so I was checking something in the phone.